Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Morning, everybody. Morning, and welcome once again to Perkins Online. Well, what is going on in the country? Commotion over the appointment of a Chief Justice. Mr. Hilton, who was, as we understood it, recently selected to succeed the present Chief Justice when he retires early in June. I think his birthday is on the 18th of June, and he's going to retire on the 17th, no? Something like that. Mr. Hilton was chosen by the Prime Minister, apparently, but he has backed away from it. I wonder why. His name has been, he has been involved in a number of cases that have recently come up for appeal, a couple of cases, notably, most recently, the Paul Chen-Young case. And there's a document lodged in the courts in the United States, in Florida. I wonder whether that has anything to do with it, in which his name has been called, Anyway, that's another matter. He wrote a letter to the Prime Minister saying that he was no longer, I don't know what the letter said, but he was backing away. And then the Prime Minister decided to, apparently selected another judge, this time a lady. Nothing wrong with that, nothing whatever. The question is not whether the new selectee is female, but whether she is the person most qualified for the post. That is what is important. Is she the best qualified and most experienced potential candidate for that post? Apparently there is a strong body of opinion in the legal fraternity that thinks that is not the case. And I gather that the opposition, I heard this on a discussion on, I think this morning. This morning. So, a problem. And the question is, how is it going to be resolved? Of course, we must remember that the right to appoint a Chief Justice lies in to designate the Chief Justice to be appointed lies with the Prime Minister after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition. But I rather suspect that, at a time like this, when the Prime Minister has other things to think about, I don't think she would want to get into a controversy over the appointment of a Chief Justice. Or would she? Would she? Maybe she thinks that, well, I don't know. Let's not go into that for the moment. Another item in the news has to do with Mr. Mike Henry. Mr. Mike Henry's use of, well, his criticism, his, I don't know. I don't know whether apparently there's a visiting British Deputy Prime Minister here. Mr. Henry was involved in a meeting with this Deputy Prime Minister. And apparently the Deputy Prime Minister didn't show what Mr. Henry regarded as the requisite enthusiasm over Mr. Henry's concern about reparations. And so he got up and walked out. He walked out of the of this meeting. This was on Tuesday. Stormed out of a meeting of the Bicentennial Committee on Slavery, with the Deputy British Prime Minister, and has had some strong criticism of him because he, as I say, did not exhibit what Mr. Henry would have regarded as the requisite criticism of the requisite enthusiasm about the idea that Britain should pay reparations to us for slavery. Does the opposition see this as an embarrassment? I think the whole Jamaica should see it as an embarrassment. I think Mr. Henry has been rude to the Deputy Prime Minister of one of Jamaica's staunchest supporters. Over many years, Britain could easily have turned their back on Jamaica. She has given us a lot of support. And for Mr. Henry to be so insulting the Deputy British Prime Minister, I think is a bit of a scandal. And all this business about reparations, really is contemptible. Slavery happened a long time ago, right? And I'm not saying that it was a good thing. Not by any means. But it is far back in our history. And what we want to do is to take our minds, take the focus away from that and concentrate upon present opportunities and what we can make of ourselves in this world. That is what we should be thinking about. Not about how to bludgeon some money out of the British and beg them and beseech and hold out the panhandle and so on, to get a few more pounds, and so as to be able to squander it in all sorts of stupid ways. I don't know. Our minds are not properly focused, we seem to think that, no, how much would we expect to do, Britain, to give us as reparations? How much? And where is that going to take us? Huh? Why don't we learn? Why don't we start thinking about how to organize ourselves to produce the means of our own subsistence and prosperity? Why can't we do that? I think it is disgraceful. I think the opposition should be apologizing to the country for what for the embarrassment that Mr. Henry has caused us. It really is horrible behavior. We should be ashamed of ourselves, really. The new, well, I tell you what, we're coming up to the break. Shall we take it now and come back to this afterwards?
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is
10:15.
Let's get healthy, yeah. Here we go. Come on, shift to the left, yeah. Shift to the right, with chiffon. Spreads real easy, cooks up right, makes fluffy and light. Shift to chiffon. Spread it on now, and rich with vitamins, tastes real good. No cholesterol, no trans fat. Shift to chiffon. Freshly made, every day, keeping healthy the chiffon way. Chiffon. One more time. Shift to chiffon. Shift to great flavor. Chiffon. Shift to great taste. Chiffon. Now available, chiffon low fat. Chiffon margarine made by Semprod must be good, yeah! Enter the Manchester Cooperative Credit Union's Be Smart Loan Bonanza and qualify for a chance to win prizes. From a minimum loan disbursement of $100,000, you qualify to win monthly prizes of $10,000 and $100,000 in the grand draw towards your loan payment. Visit any one of our branches in Mandeville, Christiana, or Porus to access your loan. Offer ends May 31. Conditions apply. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation. Authorized by order under the Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Act.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Now, the government spent just over $9 billion in preparing for Cricket World Cup. $9 billion. $9 billion that this country can't afford. I agree. Can't afford to spend on that kind of thing. There's no priority there in terms of the problems that we face in this country. I hear a lot of comment about this and a lot of criticism, and every time that there is something that the government can't afford, we hear they could find 9 billion to spend on Cricket World Cup, but can't find so much to patch the road or do whatever. But $9 billion is a trifling sum. We are told in the Gleaner this morning, their front page story, that Air Jamaica has been losing it's 9 billion. $1.35 billion Jamaican a year, is it? On the Heathrow landing and takeoff rights. I don't know what they're called, but to land and take off at Heathrow is costing Air Jamaica, or has been costing, $1.35 billion. They're losing. It isn't what that is what is that is or whether it is that or the route from Kingston to Montego Bay to Heathrow and back. That is what it has been costing them. Right? Now, when one looks at the losses that this country has been suffering on Air Jamaica, how does that make sense? How does it make sense? We cannot afford to provide our people with decent health care. And the new healthcare system comes into operation on Monday, no? The new arrangement under which youngsters below the age of 18 can get free treatment at public healthcare centers. And it has been made clear that if you were 18, your 18th birthday was yesterday, and this morning you wake up with some serious critical ailment, a matter of serious critical emergency, and you go to the hospital with that birth certificate which said that your birthday was yesterday, you were 18 yesterday, they're going to tell you they're very sorry, they can't help you. And if you can't pay for the treatment that you need, then you're going to die. Now, I'm not quite sure how a birth certificate is going to allow them to determine what your age is. Because if you are 19 years old and you have a brother who is 17, then when you take the 17-year-old's birth certificate, how are they going to know that it isn't yours? Anyway, all that aside, quite a lot of the question is this really? Now, what seems to have happened here? Mr. Golding went into Parliament and in his budget speech spoke about a reform of the health system to make it possible for people to get the free medical treatment that they often need and cannot pay for. We do not have the kind of economy providing the kind of employment opportunities for people that are going to make it possible for people to pay for the health care that they need. And nobody is going to be in a position to determine what illnesses won't strike him. Heart condition, whatever. He can't determine that. And yesterday I was hearing a discussion, this Bahia Principe hotel. The people were saying that they get, or it was being said, that some of these people working at this new at the new hotel, are being paid something of the order of $7,000 a fortnight. $7,000 a fortnight. That's $3,500 a week. Now, I'm sure that there are a lot of households in Jamaica, private households, in which domestic helpers are being paid far more than that. Far more than $3,500 a week. So what is this wonderful thing that is happening as far as these workers are concerned? What is this wonderful thing that is happening down at Bahia Principe? And what kind of health care would those people be in a position to afford for themselves? And, there's a kind of heartlessness about this thing. About this idea that a boy who had his birthday yesterday is going to be told at the hospital, depending on what his treatment case is, that they can't treat him unless he can pay for it. And if he can't pay for it, well, too bad. Death will be knocking at his door shortly. Isn't it terrible? And this is a grand gesture of Sister P's generosity as Prime Minister, and of her love for the poor. Then what about the poor who is 18 years old on one day? What about his father and mother, his grandparents, who are far more likely to, develop ailments that need treatment, and perhaps prolonged treatment, perhaps constant treatment, and who can't afford it? So what is going to happen to them? They're going to continue to die, as is happening in Jamaica today. Right? There are people live in Jamaica today who have kidney problems and need dialysis. And have no access to such treatment in public hospitals. But I suppose that, the expectation is that people are going to look at this and say, how wonderful. I mean, we must vote for this. Oh, God, poor us. A very sad situation we live in. Okay, I don't know. Let us, Mr. Buchanan. Mr. Buchanan has been the gentleman who talked about Mr. Tufton as Satan. He's now treading in the steps of Lord B. Lord B. Smith. He says that a number of 3 fishermen recently convicted of bringing AK-47s into St. Elizabeth that he knows that they are, supporters of the Jamaica Labour Party. Is this the kind of, something is wrong with using or making reference to Jezebel in a discussion, not even saying that Sister P is a Jezebel, but making reference to Jezebel in discussing Sister P, I suppose. What about Mr. Buchanan saying this kind of thing, or anybody saying it, if they haven't got real hard evidence to present? Shouldn't Mr. Buchanan be asked for the evidence? We take a break.
Ideal Finance Corporation, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5, offers competitive interest rates on your investments and attractive foreign exchange rates. Call 960-639024. The time by Ideal Finance Corporation is
10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There's a low to mid-level trough just east of the island. This morning will be mostly sunny. Expect partly cloudy conditions in the afternoon with isolated showers and thunderstorms. In our 3-day outlook on Saturday, expect showers and thunderstorms. Sunday and Monday will be partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family with Eve on your plate. Get value for your money, top quality, great taste. Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve Foods, lots of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Find food for your family with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
As part of ongoing efforts to improve service to their customers, the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, will need to suspend electricity supply in order to carry out maintenance work on Tuesday, May 29, between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. in the following areas of St. Andrew, Burnshop and Essex Hall. JPS apologizes for the inconvenience caused by this outage. Every effort will be made to restore supply as soon as possible. For customer service information, please call 1-888-CALL JPS. That is 1-888-225-5577. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello?
Good morning, Mr. P.
Hi, morning. How are you?
Oh, not too bad. I haven't spoken to you for quite a
I
few
noticed
days.
that. I was wondering what happened.
Anyway.
I was under the impression that you might have migrated.
No, I haven't migrated yet.
I see.
Not yet. But this place is getting into an L-hole. This Jamaica is getting into an L-hole.
You think so?
And I'm certain it is. Certain. Because I've lived under many good prime ministers abroad. Prime
yes,
ministers.
but have you ever lived under a woman prime minister? Certainly not Jamaica's first woman prime minister.
Well, I've lived for a year under her.
Uh-huh.
I've lived under her.
Uh-huh.
And I see the downward spiral continue unabated. And I will never put anybody into Jamaica House on the strength of the blackness.
You know what your problem is?
What is my problem?
You're more than 18 years old.
I'm more definitely.
Right.
I've lived in the UK. I have lived in New York for 3 years.
Uh-huh.
And I've traveled to Las Palmas, France, quite a few places. I don't start traveling yet. And I want to go.
Uh-huh.
I want to go parts of Africa too. But let me tell you, you have never explained to people what is a loose cannon. A loose cannon. And we have plenty loosey in this country.
Uh-huh.
And they make some outbursts. Yesterday evening, before you signed off, I hear you talking to a gentleman. I am wondering if it's the same Colin Campbell who did not know what CCOC meant.
Yes.
He didn't know what that meant. And it was the acronym CCOC was Colin Campbell, our candidate.
Uh-huh.
And he was on your program complaining about flag and banner, and some damn silliness. How stupid can a people get? This man is still in the Senate. He has never cleared up traffic guru. And the man is on the radio telling you about flag.
I tell you something, sir. I don't know that it is now his responsibility
To what?
to clear up traffic bureau. I mean, we have a prime minister, don't we?
We have, yes, of course.
That responsibility resides with the prime minister.
Well, we have this man sitting in the Senate, plausible with a big grin on his face. He got the car to buy,
Uh-huh.
and he's making a mock out of the lot of us.
Well.
It make me want to spit. But leave him there for a while.
Uh-huh.
I hear you mention Mr. Mike Henry,
Uh-huh.
who is getting up out of a meeting and walking out. You know what he did? And he's getting it? Attention. He wants to get attention for reparation. I don't see I needing more reparation than what I need from Omar Davis and this government. I need more reparation from this government more than any slavery, because I wasn't enslaved. I was never a slave.
Yes.
And I used to follow this black power business. You remember when Tommy Smith and those Americans won at the Olympics?
Yes.
And they put on the one black glove? I was so engrossed into the black power business and believing it so much.
Uh-huh.
And I remember Lord Bertrand Russell from Liverpool saying, as sure as nightfall a day, what is going on in South Africa must fall. Apartheid or apartheid, however you pronounce it, must fail. And another bishop named Bishop Trevor Huddleston, the Bishop of Stepney, said it must fail. And then I look into myself and I said, look, I'm following these people about black power, this, black that. Am I stupid? I said, no, forget it. Treat all men alike. All men is treated under merit.
Yes.
Don't bother with the blackness.
Yes.
And I abandoned that black thing. I could not further going out and eating people because they're white.
Yes.
You understand me, sir?
Quite true.
Mr. Mike Henry.
And I tell you something, sir,
Yes,
on that
sir.
subject of reparations.
Yes.
We find ourselves in possession of a beautiful island,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes.
In a lovely part of the world, right?
Yes, sir.
And a place full of not just of beauty, but of potential,
Of course.
right?
Of course.
How did we come to own this place called Jamaica? How did that happen?
We got it from the British. We got it. They fought for it. We never fight for this
Uh-huh.
country. We never fought for this country.
And-
It was handed to us on a platter.
Right, and it came as a consequence of our parents,
Yes.
our forefathers,
Yes.
having suffered the hardship and indignities of slavery.
Of course. Of course.
You don't think that Jamaica might constitute reparation, and it is Jamaica represents opportunity for us, right?
Of course.
Now,
Of course.
why don't we grasp that opportunity?
Why
Make
don't
the
we?
best of it and stop talking rubbish about
And
getting
stop
the British to
talking
pay us
rubbish.
reparations.
We look at a place like Petrojam.
Uh-huh.
This is reported to value 300 million. And at this moment in time, we are selling it for 64 million. Half of it, 49%, we're selling for 64 million. How would that pan out?
Well, sir, I don't know. I don't know what is going on here.
What is really going on there?
Well,
Look.
when you find out, you can tell me.
We spent 9 billion on Cricket World Cup. We
Yes.
spent 9 billion.
But hold on, sir.
Billion.
9 billion on Cricket World Cup
Yes.
is a joke to what is being squandered on Air Jamaica,
That's right.
right? Because if one air route, flying to London
Yes.
and landing there and so on,
Yes.
if that is, we're losing over $1 billion on that.
Yes.
Why?
You tell me why. I want you to tell
Why
me.
are other airlines flying routes and making money? Why is it that Air Jamaica is losing money?
I don't know.
Every route it flies.
I don't have the answer. But look back, let me take you back to the cricket. Owen Arthur. They make $10 million. And the WICBO, so the West Indies Cricket Board, wants some of it. And him say, no, when dead body, he can't take the people money and give them.
Yes.
You will not give it to the West Indies Cricket Board.
Uh-huh.
But our world-class finance minister say, the bills keep coming and he keep paying them. I am told that Greenfield now.
Uh-huh.
It is covered with Greenfield like the thinking of making ethanol with the green bush that is
Yes, I gather I gather it's covered in bush.
It's covered in bush. It will take $2 million per month.
Yes.
Per month to keep it going.
Oh my God.
So perhaps your friend, and I say your friend guardedly, Mr. Roger Clark, might be thinking of using it to make ethanol the green bush down there. You understand? 2 billion and 2 million per month, and it's in tatters, it's in ruinate now.
Well.
So what is the story with that? You know, we're in trouble. We should have a government like the Belizean government, Belize, is in problem now, you know.
Yes.
It's 16 point something million the government want to pay for a private hospital.
Yes.
And 2 other ministers said no. And they're turfed out because of that.
And you know,
and
sir,
the government hospital is not producing, not doing nothing.
You're
It's
talking-
tatters too.
you're talking about government hospitals.
Yes.
I have told this story before,
Yes, sir.
but it seems I can't resist the temptation. Right?
Yes.
They're talking about people under 18 getting free medical treatment.
Yes.
We are today in independent Jamaica.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes, sir.
When this country was a colony,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes. Sir.
When I was 4 years old,
Yes.
I contracted typhoid.
Yes, sir.
I was in hospital for 3 months. Right?
Yes, sir.
Was eventually cured. And it did not cost my parents a penny.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
Now, that was in colonial Jamaica.
Colonial.
When the wicked white people them
Yes.
was running the country. Right? And treating me bad like take my ancestor, make slave and all them kind of
That's right.
right?
Yes.
This is that would not have been part of why didn't we concentrate?
I don't
The
know.
hospital.
I don't know.
The hospital where I got that treatment is no longer a hospital today.
True.
Right?
That's a fact. I know it. We have been taught so much stupidness in this country. Take Mr. Bowerbank. I think you said Mr. Bowerbank had something to do with the Kingston Public Hospital.
He founded it, yes.
And under
Hold on just a moment.
Barco Caribbean Limited, the prestigious manufacturers and distributors of high-quality household products. Products such as Super Bright Ceramic Cleaner, Super Fine Disinfectant, and Chlorite Bleach can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is 10:45.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Do you have fat thighs or calves, flabby arms, double chin or crow's feet, baby tummy that won't budge or unsightly cellulite? Well, visit Suddenly Slender and experience the magic of mineral body wraps. Would you like to be slimmer? Lose 6 to 30 inches? Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston, 920-1139 or 997-1909. Now for today's weather brief. There's a low to mid-level trough just east of the island. This morning will be mostly sunny. Expect partly cloudy conditions in the afternoon with isolated showers and thunderstorms. In our 3-day outlook on Saturday, expect showers and thunderstorms. Sunday and Monday will be partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him looking at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't make that stop you from doing.
town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
Carby's Souvenir Discount Center in Craft Village for the finest Jamaican souvenirs and craft items, perfected by the island's most talented and skillful artists and craftsmen. Also available, Reggae Boys jerseys and accessories. Give a gift of Jamaican craft, 15% off 3 items. Conditions apply. Support Jamaican craft. Be Jamaican. Buy Jamaican. Carby's Souvenir Discount Center in Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza, Concert Spring Road. Call 926-4065. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much.
See,
We're back online.
It is bad mind, grudgefulness, why they move our bank statue from Paragon and carry it down by asylum, you know.
Yes.
And carry it in front of Holy Roses someplace.
Well, yes, I agree with that. But he also founded the Bellevue Hospital.
Yes. Yes. But the U4 that was built
and my recollection is that he did it.
Yes, sir.
Both these hospitals
Yes, sir.
were founded for the poor people of Kingston.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course, and it was bad mind under socialism. That stupid thing, socialism. And they removed the statue from there and carried it down there. But I must say this, without any reservation, we in this country, we have more than our fair share of loose cannon.
Yes.
I would not.
But you remember that a Baobang statue was defaced
Yes.
by a person who has, so far as I know, not made any comparable contribution to the welfare of the people of Jamaica.
Of course. Well, the Portland Parish Council. One time they took Bustamante's statue and threw it through the window.
Uh-huh.
And threw it through the window.
Oh, is that so?
Yes,
I
they
don't
did it in
remember
about 1983.
Is that so?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I remember it vividly. I don't have the papers, but they threw it through. Records will show. But back to the Belize government. They are in a kerfuffle over 16-point-something billion to be paid on a private hospital.
Uh-huh.
And the ministers disagree with it because the public hospital in Belize can't pay their way.
Yes.
And they disagree with paying out the money. They totally disagree.
Uh-huh.
On another point, I hear the BBC telling me that Sweden is to give back $6 million to Haiti because Baby Doc took that money and is sitting in the bank up there.
Is it Sweden or Switzerland?
Switzerland, that's right, sir. Switzerland, thanks for the correction. Accepted to give back $6 million. When he left Haiti, he left with an entourage of 22.
Uh-huh.
And he's in the south of France now.
Yes.
And Switzerland has agreed now to give back $6 million.
Well,
That is why he couldn't develop.
I suppose that any others who followed his footsteps in, preparing for their own futures
Yes.
might now be very concerned about where they have their money.
Of course. Mabuto Sese Seko from Zaire took $6 billion, not million this time, $1 billion.
Uh-huh.
And it's sitting in Switzerland while they haggle over how to give it back.
Uh-huh.
We are in trouble here. We are selling out everything. Everything.
Yes.
We spend 82% of the ownership of Scandal White House. 41% was paid for by the UDC and 41 was paid by the Development Bank. And your schoolmate that you wasn't in school with got up in the parliament and said he will see to it that none of the taxpayers' money is used to repay it.
Yes.
Another kerfuffle has developed at the Public Accounts Committee. What is it? That everybody want to put in their report. They want a report from the opposition, the Public Accounts Committee. And guess who wants a report from the minority? They want to put in 2 reports.
Yes. Well, because they can't agree.
They can't agree.
One side, the government side, wants to blame Gostu, is it?
Yes, yes.
And the opposition side.
Yes.
But I don't really understand how Gostu. I mean, surely the issue here has to do with the expenditure of public funds.
Of public funds.
Now,
And Gostu was managing
how
it.
could Gostu determine the expenditure of public funds?
I don't know. God alone knows, I can't you. God alone knows. But they're trying to blindfold the little people of this country. The people who themselves don't read.
Well, you know, sir.
Yes.
There's an event coming up.
Yes.
In connection with which blindfolding is going to be, from their perspective, necessary.
They could
You know that anything that will lead us or cause us to be in office, we regard as being best for the country.
being best for the country.
Yeah.
I know that, Mr. P. And these spinners are at work. The spinners are really out, you know. Wish we could send down to Edinburgh Leeds because we're in trouble. At tea time, England was 202 for 2 wickets.
Oh?
202. And Michael Vaughan, who hasn't batted for a long time, looked like he's going to score a century.
Uh-huh.
And Leeds is a devil of a place, you know.
Yes.
Headingley. I wish we could send a trailer load of spinners down there.
Mark, you know, sir, there is some little indications of conjuring up hope that with the departure of Mr. Brandlara,
Yes.
you know, we might be seeing in its wake a more disciplined West Indies team.
Yes, we might.
It's a little early, but
A
you
little
know,
early.
their performance in the first Test match give us some reason to hope that.
Give us some reason to hope.
You know.
But I'll leave you because so much people want to speak
Yes,
with
sir.
you.
All right.
God bless.
Thank
Take
you
care.
very much. All
Good.
the best. Okay. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Good morning.
Hi, boys. St. Mary's overwhelming us today.
Bad money run yesterday, Joshy Road.
Oh, yes.
Road yesterday like hell, man.
Oh, is that so?
The dollar bill just a hard out like hell yesterday.
Are you serious?
Right up a Cromwell land. May have people who can attest to it.
Uh-huh.
The bill run yesterday, good. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. What I call you about, Mutty, is that we must allow the PNP to determine the parameters of the discussion. They talk about the legacy of PJ Patterson.
Uh-huh.
What we need to ask about is the stewardship of PJ Patterson and his government. What have they done with our education system?
Uh-huh.
What have they done with our health system? And go right down the line. What have they done with our people? What have they done
What
with our...
have they done with our economy?
What have they done with our economy? Those are the questions. After a party is in power for 18 years, they must give an account of their stewardship.
Absolutely.
Don't
yes.
talk anything about legacy like you're leaving anything behind. You're not leaving anything behind.
And what is important, sir, is for them to justify those 18 years.
Yes.
The performance of those 18 years. And, I mean, merely sort of making some new promises
Yes.
is not going to be particularly useful if they have no record of
No, not at all. It's
keeping
not
their
going to cut it.
promises. And,
Right? Why didn't you do it before?
Yes.
If you didn't have the capacity or the vision
Yes.
to institute these things.
Absolutely.
You know, every time I talk about Air Jamaica, right, I get so upset. I have some friends who are there, you know. One of them called me and asked me why live out here in Jamaica. But Mutty, imagine you sit down, you get independence, you go show the Englishman them that you're more interested in your people. You couldn't find the money for education. You couldn't find the money for the health services. You underpay the policemen. You make the roads that mash up on the water supply and everything. Yet still you fund $60 billion fling down the drain to Air Jamaica.
Yes.
Eh? What kind of nonsense is this? Eh? You can't find no money.
And it is continuing.
And continuing. You know, the beat goes on and on. Eh? The fight, they come with these monumental schemes, these Highway 2000. Right? I see a man point out there that they don't even promulgate the law that people can't build up beside the highway. Right? So, the same thing that happened to the previous highways might happen to this one.
Well.
In that people come right against it, and instead of having a quick ingress and egress out of the place, you will be slowed down to a 30 mile or 50 kilometers per hour.
I don't think they'll allow that to happen, sir.
You mean, Monty? And Jamaica, this, you know, we don't hear anything about it.
Well,
has there been a change in the road traffic law or anything like that?
no, not as far as I know.
Exactly, Monty. And you know, the one thing that really upset me is the education thing. And then I heard the Prime Minister talk about, I don't promise anything I can't fulfill. How they going to get money for hospital? Madam Prime Minister, it's a matter of vision. It's a matter of working the economy and getting more revenues in so that you can fund these things.
Yes.
It's a matter of where you invest your money.
Yes, what we need is economic expansion.
Exactly.
What we need is providing more jobs for a better educated workforce.
Of course.
Hold on just a moment.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Down. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is
11 o'clock. Do you have what it takes to drive anywhere without worrying that your car will be safe? Relax. British Caribbean Insurance Company introduces Lady Max, a security-focused comprehensive motor insurance policy for lady drivers. Imagine getting accident scene response, breakdown service, and a tracking system that will locate your car and contents if they are stolen. All for no more than your normal premium. Conditions apply. Call BCIC to find out more about Lady Max and relax. Another first from BCIC.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbour. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes, Mutty. This thing with the new appointment of the Chief Justice.
Of what?
The new appointment of a Chief Justice.
Oh, yes.
And Mrs. Zilla McCullough's name has been mentioned. I would welcome such an appointment. You know why? It put me back to when Dwight Eisenhower, I was very young then, appointed Earl Warren as the Chief Justice of the United States. And a lot of people say, oh, he come out of California, young judge.
No. Dwight Eisenhower didn't have the power.
He nominated him.
He nominated him.
And he was confirmed by the Senate.
Yes,
That's
he didn't.
technical.
He didn't have the power to.
He didn't have the power to appoint like this. But my point is that we must try to stop and don't close our mind to new, younger people coming to these positions because they'll bring a fresh perspective. Because what Earl Warren did with the Supreme Court, he opened up the civil liberties law in America.
He was a great Chief Justice.
He was a great Chief Justice.
Yes.
So let us welcome this appointment, right? And we can argue about next appointment, how to go about it. But I would suggest that we try to... I must admit that I know the lady and her husband and everything, but I find her judgments. I remember she gave a judgment. I mean, most judges give it these pure damages, right? And she gave a very good damages judgment one time there, and it upset a lot of people. But I think she will bring a breath of fresh air and a good legal mind into the councils of our court system, because I think it's too gentrified. You know what I mean? I think she'll shake up matters, so I support it tremendously.
All right, sir.
Okay, Mutty.
Nice hearing from you. Okay, hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning, sir.
Hello?
Good morning.
Morning. Monty, how are you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
Well, I tell you, I was almost petrified yesterday hearing a voice in there about the last caller. Thought it was a resurrected dead or something.
Which one was that?
That fellow calling the traffic guru me Astro, man.
Oh,
I mean, I was so shocked. I've never heard this man's voice anywhere since Traffic Guru and now the great Mutty Perkins program he called.
Hold on just a moment. You didn't hear him say, I shall return.
But it's shameless.
No, hold on. You didn't hear him say that?
Yes, but...
Then you didn't take him seriously?
What it tells you is the shamelessness of the people in the PNP. The previous Prime Minister did the same thing,
Of course.
He shall return.
Yes.
But then where is the Christian Prime Minister and all of this?
It seems to me, well, I don't know that...
But he tells you he's following back, he's on the campaign with us.
Of course, yes.
But the joke about it, he's complaining that the banner is just what you call it, a decoration, and it would have to be removed afterwards.
Yes.
And wasn't it removed? I gotten rid of properly.
No. Well, I don't think it's a good idea to go.
No. I'm not
burning
supporting
people's
anything,
things like
but
that.
No. And then you saw how the Prime Minister turned it on to say if those of them would have burned us too. She said that, How don't you, the media, pick up on that?
Well, I'll tell you
that
something.
this woman can be Christian, man.
Why?
To be inflaming the people, to use for want of a better word, to say that if we did them to the burn, he would have burned them too.
Well, Christianity has done a fair amount of that in its time, so.
I know, but you know what? Let me drop this one in here. I sent an email to you, I don't know if you read it, where I said that if the PNP wins and Portia is Prime Minister, getting our mandate, one of the most significant things in our cabinet would be a Ministry of Religion, Prophecy and Miracles. And the minister would be Minister Finn. Minister Prophet
Look
Finn.
here. Don't say that and think that you're making a joke.
I feel it in my bones if they win. That will happen. That's the most significant thing she will do. My Ministry of Religion, Prophecy and Miracles.
I see.
I mean, that's what we live in off. It look like the concept of some miracle to happen.
Yes.
The ground will open and oil will come out. Something, but I hear a rumor that they find gas.
They found gas?
To announce it, and oil.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I hear that.
Oh.
But Monty, what going on? Tell me now.
Huh?
Tell me, what happened?
I don't know, so what do you think?
Why? Because you heard about the treasure that was found out at sea somewhere out in near Gibraltar, wherever, the other day on the news?
Yes.
And they moved it, siphoned it back to the United States?
Yes.
And you know how quick those guys pull up Anchor Pizza Banks where about 10 Spanish gallons are supposed to be sunk?
Yes.
And declare bankrupt. I think those people find something on God, you know.
You think so?
Well, I mean, but Mutty, about the Petrojam, isn't one of them another embarrassing thing that this Omar Davis has orchestrated, selling out the assets, you know?
The assets of Petrojam.
And not just Petrojam, everything else that the he gives it away for peanuts.
Uh-huh.
Why? Well, what is happening? I mean, you know, much houses in California cost more than that they're paying for that piece of that almost 50% shares in that refinery.
Yes.
That will be for generations, can be generating revenue.
Uh-huh.
It's crazy.
Yes, so well.
But I was shocked about the Colin character because it is in the lap of the Prime Minister, definitely. But he has the gall to be calling and talking wrong. And what he said made no sense, you know. That's the point of a communication specialist. How he came on your program, knowing what he has come following back at him, to come and criticize both flag and stupidness.
Well,
I'm warming up in using your program to warm up.
You mean for the comeback?
Yes. And that, you know, you see, you get
for the return.
Yes, you get used, Mutty. Take care. We'll start here again.
Okay, thank you
but
very much.
But the ministry will work if you win. That ministry will definitely work if you win.
I see.
All right.
All right, all the best. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Good day, sir.
Uh-huh.
I listened to you yesterday, was talking to a man, you see.
Uh-huh.
And this man was telling you that Sir Alexander Bustamante helped PJ Patterson through his law career.
Through his law career?
Hmm?
Yes, he said something like that.
Mm-hmm. And you didn't talk, you asked him how he know something about that.
Uh-huh.
No, I am an old man, you see, 82 years old, you see.
Uh-huh.
And I was once a secretary for the BITU.
You were?
I was.
Uh-huh.
All right. Dobson and all those men know me.
Uh-huh.
Now, there are many things that we know that you don't know.
Uh-huh.
And what I was trying to get you yesterday, if to ascertain the facts, if you could call Lady Bustamante
uh-huh.
and inquire from her whether that thing is true or false.
I thought you were going to tell me that you had information about it.
No, I am not going to release anything about it.
Yes, well.
But I used to be close to Charlie when he was at Tucker Avenue. You used to call me his favorite boy. I would, Dobson, if you contact Clive Dobson, perhaps he might tell you something about me. But my argument to you.
So you've changed.
Huh?
You've changed.
About what?
Well, about a lot of things. You've grown up and matured and.
Saying, sir.
Eh?
I am saying.
You've changed.
I am not going to talk anything about that anymore. I just want to tell you something.
Uh-huh.
I think it was Monday or some of them day when they have this thing where Bruce and Portia Simpson was. And they all make pledges that, I mean, evidently they would conduct a peaceful election and everything would run good.
Yes.
And then Portia Simpson give Bruce Golding the kiss of Judas at the end, you see?
The kiss of what?
The kiss of Judas.
Oh, Lord, sir, no, don't say that.
What Judas did to Christ.
Huh?
No, just hear me out, just a minute. Last
night
she was in St. Mary.
Uh-huh.
And she was saying to the people, shouting out like, I don't know, like a thunder that no, the head of the JLP cannot be trusted.
Oh, yes, I heard that.
You heard that?
Uh-huh.
Then what if this man, the recorder conduct is going to do or something?
Well, I don't know. I mean, was it the previous night? She was hugging and kissing him. And then the following night she comes saying that he's not to be trusted.
The night before she hugged and kissed him.
Uh-huh.
And last night she was in St. Mary,
Uh-huh.
shouting to the people that the leaders cannot be trusted.
Uh-huh.
Because what she's basing her facts on is that, and that is what is going on all over the island. Now Bruce had left the JLP and gone back to the PNP.
Uh-huh.
Come back to the JLP. Now, listen, mister. I told you once, some years ago, I was coming home from England. Reaching Bermuda, I heard your voice.
Heard whose voice?
Your voice.
Oh?
That time you was on another program.
Huh?
And I remember call you one morning and said anytime that you intend to open a radio station of your own, I said my dollar would be there.
Uh-huh.
You see? That's some years now and you haven't started and you will not, you're not going to start it. You're going to stay at Power 106.
You think so?
Yes, I because you're always doing a good job. You're our tutor. You teach us plenty things, you see? But let me tell you something. I know you had supported Portia Simpson when she was running against Phillips and the other two.
Uh-huh.
But, brother, I believe she'll let you down. Let you down badly. Because the other day I see her at some place in our constituency again in trousers and cap.
Uh-huh.
A prime minister. I believe the people of Jamaica should look into her conduct while she on this podium.
You think there is something wrong in the prime minister who is a lady wearing slacks and the cap?
Wearing trousers from men, man.
Oh, yes?
And I still support some women wearing it. Yes.
But I see a lot of women wearing
yes,
it's very fashionable.
A prime minister must be well attired and she is to be calm and cool and sober.
Uh-huh.
Now them shouting out and them...
Well, I agree with you on that aspect of it.
Them ways that she's going on, man, is not fit to be... She's not fit to be a prime minister of a country.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is 11:15.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Education's important to me.
From GSAT to my master's degree, Scotiabank has the plan for me.
Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today.
Okay, ladies, first a report from Mrs. Campbell on the noticeable decline in attendance for our Sunday meetings. Mrs. Campbell?
She's not here.
So it's just you and me?
Yes, ma'am. Since home phone to home phone calls are free every Sunday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m., our ladies are staying home, calling friends and family. And all it takes is topping up your cable and wireless home phone with $200 or more between Monday and Friday.
So why am I here? Meeting adjourned. Call me on my home phone.
Free Sunday.
Conditions apply. Cable and wireless. Listening to the people.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Hello, sir.
Hello.
I have three little quick points, you see. You hear me?
Yes?
One of them is that Dean Peart was on radio the other night talking about JLP man went to prison. Is that Dean Peart was on radio the other night talking about JLP man went to prison, you see? You hear?
Yes?
Well, Barrister Smith is my great-great-grandfather, you see?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And Jack Smith is the son of Barrister Smith.
Uh-huh.
And Portia Simpson was one of the persons who piloted Jack Stevenson into prison.
Well,
what?
I'm not sure that is a fair way of putting it.
Boy,
I think he piloted himself into prison.
He piloted himself into prison?
Yes.
You believe that? What about the other man that was involved, Simpson or Simmons or what his name was?
Yes.
And he had got reduced sentence to, well, what we should do is, since Jack Smith had been to prison and he had done his time and I believe now he's dead, why Dean Peart is trying to resurrect that now to be telling people, PNP people, that Labour Red had been to prison? There is a man right now on the morning program that should be in GP right now wearing short pants.
Yes.
Because definitely he should be arrested for.
All right, so let's not.
Don't touch that.
Let us leave that aside.
All right. Well, the other two.
But obviously, what is happening with Mr. Dean Peart? Is it Mr. Dean Peart?
Of course.
He's the one. Well, maybe what is happening is that he has nothing better to say, nothing more worthwhile. He can't think of anything, better to be telling
the other
people.
point again, you see, sir,
Mm-hmm.
is that the PNP claim that they love young people and they have this young YO, one name or Colo or what.
Yes.
How can they not find a few young people to fill these vacant seats than to bring back these old retired sick men? Huh?
Uh-huh.
Could not they find young men, young university men with brains? Why they bring back, why Portia Simpson had was to bring back Bunting? Because you did not know the other day a man was trying to tell you he will be the next finance minister if they win.
Uh-huh.
I believe you get
Well,
that
I've been
story.
hearing that story.
You get that story?
I've been hearing it.
Well, suppose then they lose. But what I am begging, I'm not saying a woman is not to be prime minister. But a woman must be resolute, yet try to be decent and respected.
Uh-huh.
She cannot go about over the island shouting and going on like what she's going on, man. It don't sound good. And anybody, whether PNP or JLP or no P at all, accept that from her. Boy, I don't know. And my last thing is this, sir. You are not to say when the wicked white people were here. Because there are, Manley said 90% of Jamaicans are functional illiterate. So when they hear you said that they are going to, some of them is going to say, Perkins said that Mr. Perkins said that the white people were wicked. You have to differentiate the man. You have to, you know what to say. You are not to say when the wicked white people was here.
Yes.
I am not going to tell you what to say, but you know how to put it.
Uh-huh.
Just don't say that anymore.
All right, I take your criticism, because but that is what we're asked to believe. They were, right? They were supposed to be wicked white people ruling us, and yet they provided us with better services and better conditions of life than is being provided by our own black people now?
I am a black man, but I have white. I am from the Jones breed, from Wales. I have white blood in me. You see?
But which one of us in this country does not, sir?
All right. Well, the whole truth about it is simply we are a mixed nation. But the whole truth about it, you see, sir, is that unless we can, boy, we have to change our ways, our attitudes, our thinking, our behavior. In my days coming up, it was not like this. My God, no, it's terrible.
But look here, sir. When the supposedly wicked white people were running things in Jamaica, right? We had a Kingston Public Hospital where the governor of Jamaica considered it okay to go and have a surgical operation. And I'm sure he didn't have any cockroaches crawling over him there.
I heard you talk about that several times.
Yes.
But
as did the other people of all complexions who were going there.
You see, when we were children, you see, sir, yesterday was the 24th, you see?
Uh-huh.
And then I was at Salem School, and we had other schools that meet at a place near Roberts River, and we get to a mug and with the Union Jack on it, and we get the flag, and we had a nice time. We eat ice cream and we drink lemonade, and we were happy. And we have races, and we were happy bunch of people.
Uh-huh.
And that time we were celebrating Queen Victoria's birthday.
Yes.
And we as black people should give some respect to the deceased Queen Victoria.
Uh-huh.
You know? She and some of our men helped to abolish slavery.
Uh-huh.
So why then are we so resolute against the white people? I spent time in England, you see, and I was in the Royal Air Force, and we bombed up Dusseldorf, Hamburg, the Rhine Valley, Berlin, and Antwerp, and several other places, and not a white man yet ever said to me, Blackie, they treat me like their own. If they have a sweetie, they give me peace.
Uh-huh.
So I have no power to give to the white men.
Uh-huh.
And then what I have today, and I'm thankful to God because I have plenty, is from England. I haven't worked $1 in Jamaica from any government. Yeah?
Uh-huh.
And today I am one of the happiest men on earth. So, Mr. Perkins, keep up your good work. And anybody thinks they're going to try to say anything or do anything towards you and your wife, and tell her hello. Tell her a gentleman who don't know her, but hear her voice. Say hello.
All right.
Keep up your work here, sir.
Okay.
And be good.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good morning to you, Mom.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I just wondered if you knew that yellow... Are you hearing me?
Yes.
I am wondering if you knew that yellow is the new color.
The new color?
Yes, sir.
The new color for what?
Did you see the new building at the Morant Bay Infirmary?
No, I haven't.
Well, it's bright yellow.
Oh, you're joking.
It's bright yellow and by the roadside.
Uh-huh.
And when it was being handed over,
uh-huh,
the argument was that this is St. Thomas time.
Uh-huh.
So it's St. Thomas time for yellow.
I see.
Furthermore, the botanical gardens that they said was the National Labor Day project,
uh-huh,
that was a place well run down, you know, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Run down so bad until the week leading up to Labor Day. People were all around cleaning up, patching out with cement, mending fences, doing all kind of things in preparation for the coming of the Prime Minister.
That was hope. Where?
Bath Botanical
Oh,
Gardens.
Bath. Yes.
All week leading up to Labor Day, people were patching out and mending and cleaning up.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins, a garden like that shouldn't be hill-kept.
And you know, Mom, that whole it's a disgrace. When you consider mineral water that we have down there.
Right. Just
Right?
up the road from where they were.
Eh?
Just up the road from where they were. At
Yes, indeed.
Botanical Garden.
Yes. And, I mean, that place could have been, I don't know.
Chiefest earners.
I don't know what we are doing. We are missing all our opportunities.
Seeing everything that we could have used and using all the things that we don't have foolishly.
Yes.
Losing everything that we have naturally, that comes to us naturally. Mr. Perkins, even up there, so it's run down. The building was refurbished. The road leading up to there is no good.
Oh, gosh.
And when you get there, the kind of chaos that you meet upon is nothing good. Men all over the place, dragging your here, dragging your there. They're going to do this to you. They're going to.
Where? At
that fountain.
At the fountain?
Yes, sir.
Oh, God. What a hell of a state of affairs.
Wanting to massage, you're wanting to this, and then it's like they have taken over the portion that goes, because it's two separate things. The houses are built, so they have jacuzzis and whatever in them. And then there is the part that people like to go up through the bushes into that water. When you go up there, sir, you are never alone. You are never able to do what you want. There are men with all kind of oils and this and all kind of things.
Oh, yes?
And if you are not careful, when you go there, it's a war between the men out by the front there and you if you want to go into that house. And there is no kind of system that says, well, when you enter these premises, the government or whoever runs this place is in charge.
And will protect you.
And will protect you.
Yeah.
Men are all over the place doing all kind of things, saying, threatening sometimes. It has become a car wash in many instances.
Oh, yes?
Yes.
You mean they're using mineral water to wash the cars?
Yes, sir.
Oh?
As long as you park, somebody checking you right away to wash your car, to massage you. If 4 people jump out of your car, somebody is at every window.
So that is a place to be avoided?
It's a place, in a sense. If it's not regulated, it's a place to be avoided.
Yes. Hold on just a moment.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is 11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about independent living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it. Now for today's weather brief. There's a low to mid-level trough just east of the island. This morning will be mostly sunny. Expect partly cloudy conditions in the afternoon with isolated showers and thunderstorms. In our 3-day outlook on Saturday, expect showers and thunderstorms. Sunday and Monday will be partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
Hey, Red, rodeos are coming. Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
Homeowners, building contractors, visit Epic Hardware for the lowest prices on steam shower houses, shower enclosures, lumber, electrical and plumbing fixtures, and so much more. Epic Hardware, 142 Muirhead Avenue, Denbigh, Maypen. Telephone 986-6170. Epic Hardware, for people who build.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick.
Definitely automatic.
New or used.
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
The other thing is, I don't know how you allow Mr. Campbell to sneak past you like that.
Uh-huh.
Because he actually used your program, as the previous caller said, to re-enter.
To
he
re-enter?
has turned on your program.
Oh?
Because all of Jamaica listens to you.
Is that so?
Yes, sir. So this was his grand re-entry.
Uh-huh.
And he came through you.
Oh?
Didn't really have a lot to say, but people heard his voice and realized that he's out there.
He's out there?
Yes, sir.
And he's on his way back?
He's on his way back.
Uh-huh.
So he staged it from your program, Mr. Perkins, and it slipped you.
You think so, eh?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, Mom. I hear you.
Sir, take care.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I have a few subject matters to discuss with you this morning.
Yes, all right.
One of them is the recent problem with the staff at this hotel in Runaway Bay.
Yes.
No, gratuity, as I said, I spoke to you sometime before about this gratuity situation here.
Uh-huh.
And one, to see now that the hotel, since January, hasn't been paying the staff the gratuity.
Yes.
Is just to show you that there is nobody in charge of anything down there. I don't know what happened to the union. However, is in charge of collecting gratuity from the guests.
Uh-huh.
Because if you collect gratuity from the guests, which is belonging to the staff, and keep it, there should be something that the law has against that.
I should have thought so. And in any event, sir, I don't understand what is going on. We were told that I heard it on the news that there are some payments that have not been made to the staff because the Jamaica Tourist Board had not granted a license or something to the hotel. Now, if that is so, how can the hotel be employing staff but can't pay the staff because they haven't got the license? If they haven't got the license, how are they allowed to employ staff? Right? And if they're employing staff and the staff is doing the work, then why are they not paying them? I don't understand that.
So the point that has that is from January. Since January, that
Yes.
has started. Then that's the same thing I just said. Nobody's in charge.
And I heard on the newscast, I think it was on this station yesterday, something about the people getting $7,000 a fortnight. Huh?
Did you say 7?
That's what I heard.
Well, that can. I don't know if that can take a taxi, can it?
Well, I find it very odd.
But
Because I'm sure there are a lot of domestic helpers who are getting a lot, rather better than that.
Back to the gratuity, Mr. Perkins. If they have been collecting gratuity since January, that should be a
Oh.
figure.
Eh?
That should be, let's say it's at 10%.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how large that hotel is, but if it's that should be quite a tidy sum of money
Uh-huh.
that they would have collected
I
since
should have
January.
thought so.
Now, the
Is
promise
it
of
is
the
it that
manager-
the hotel workers are being paid at the minimum wage, and depend upon the gratuity?
No, I don't know how that works. Whereby the gratuity, as you know, is thank you for what
Yes,
you do.
the tips.
So if they have been collecting it, obviously they haven't said they haven't. There's no refusal, so they must have been collecting gratuity since January.
Uh-huh.
That money must have been lodged in the bank against that company, that hotel's name.
Accruing interest.
Exactly. You hit the nail on the head. Accruing interest for the hotel when the money is not really the hotel. So, as the manager said, he's going to pay them in June, as I saw in the press.
In June.
He's going to pay them the gratuity in June.
Yes, so I gather.
That means that the interest, whatever the present interest,
Half a year's interest.
that is being paid on money, should be paid to those workers also.
Uh-huh.
And I hope the powers that be look into this situation and realize that the hotel workers are not getting a fair and square deal. No how. Not by these hotels.
Yes, it does
They
seem to
are
me
robbing
that
them.
that there is something, very unusual about this.
Yes, sir, I would think so.
Uh-huh.
And they should look into it, investigate it properly,
Yes.
and let the hotel workers get their due.
Yeah.
What is supposed to be theirs should be given to them.
Yes.
And these hotels that we are getting...
All right, so you
these-
said you had some other matters?
Yes, there's another one.
Uh-huh.
This has to do with the government, our present government, our present so-called government, because this looks like a substitute we have here. This doesn't look to me like it's a government.
You don't think so?
It looks like a substitute government.
Oh?
One that is waiting. You say you look behind you every time you do something. It started from PJ. PJ was always looking as if he was expecting somebody to come and inspect what he did.
Yes, I got that impression when I saw him on the television addressing the nation. His eyes were always sort of
Yes, I don't know if anybody... I didn't
darting
know somebody
from one
else
side to the
looked
other.
at it. But he looked as if he was a perpetual second man.
Uh-huh.
Somebody was supposed to come and inspect it. And
I
throughout
see.
his stewardship, I got that impression. And as you can see, Jamaica went down and down and down because whoever the inspector was didn't come and tell him that he wasn't doing wrong.
I see.
So here we have now, and somebody said about the behavior of our Prime Minister. And that is something that how can we be preaching and telling the younger people to behave in a manner that is respectable and good, and the person who is the Prime Minister is behaving in a ragtag and teggereg fashion.
In a what?
A teggereg. That's a Jamaica term.
You mean that who is behaving like a teggereg?
The gentleman said, if you're shouting and you're acting as if you're a street person, then that's a teggereg fashion.
What you're saying, the Prime Minister is behaving like a teggereg, sir?
Well, whoever is behaving like that, Mr. Perkins, is the person who I'm speaking about.
But you
Maybe
can't You can't say that kind of thing about the Prime Minister, sir. I mean, it is almost as if you're calling her Jezebel.
No.
No?
The Jezebel part of it. Oh, people, Jamaica call if you go to any one of the districts in Jamaica, Jezebel is a term that is used nationally down there.
Oh, is that so?
So it wasn't anything new for anybody to be called a Jezebel or a Judas or a Satan that's a Jamaican term. That's how we are. So
but we seem to be less concerned about somebody calling somebody else Satan than about somebody calling the Prime Minister Jezebel. And now you are calling her Tegereg.
Well, the whole truth is...
Or at any rate suggesting that she's behaving like a Tegereg?
We cannot accept that kind of behavior from a person who is in so exalted a position. We must set an example, and if the person who is the head of the country, or whoever it is, who is behaving in that manner.
But suppose you were to get onto the platform and say, if I want, I go get.
Well, that's you see, the constituency that she represents.
What would you say then?
that is the street. That is being street. She's street smart, right? Tell you that. She's.
I beg your pardon?
Very street smart. She's a street smart person. But don't you turn the other side, because if you turn the other side, you'll find out that she's just as with the other part of it too. She's the opposite to what she actually acts as she's being.
Oh, come on!
Opposite side to
don't
her.
Say things like that about the Prime Minister, sir. Prime Minister is a sweet and lovely woman.
It's a Jamaican tendency, Mr. It's how we are. We are like a chameleon. We can change our color pretty quickly. From being a beautiful person to one that in tutus shake a frat tail and behave like anybody else.
Oh, well.
That's how we are. It's not anything new. That's how we expect. That's as a matter of fact, it's getting worse. But these are the things. And then the third one, mister, is that I have watched and I've waited to see anything that, any suggestion from the government after 18 years, which would uplift our people. There hasn't been anything in agriculture. There hasn't been anything in manufacturing.
Yes.
And there hasn't been anything.
Hold on just a moment. Hold on just a moment for me.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is 11:45.
Carby's Twin Gates Plaza Hot Super Weekend Sale now on. 15% off every item. Don't miss this great chance to save. Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. Call 968-4192. Carby's, put the fun back in shopping.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The Double Zinger is back. Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy Double Zinger is back and now available in spicy barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The spicy barbecue Double Zinger. The Double Zinger sandwich. I'ma take some heating. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here online. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Yes,
One of the main platforms in which Jamaica really existed was agriculture. I remember that agriculture was everything during my time when I was growing up. Now, it is obvious that sugar is not what it used to be. I mean, it's on its way out as far as I can see. But the property, the land that sugar cane was grown on, is not being utilized except to build stadium, as in Trelawney. So what we should do now, we should have a look, take a good look, and see what we can use these lands for, so that we can promote agriculture to its fullest extent. It is really the sleeping giant. That's what I call it.
Is it?
There is winter vegetable. No, other than Edward Siaga, who started the Spring Plains and who had a vision of how winter vegetables would very well be a great help. In that, what he was trying to tell them was that in the United States, the farmers in California, that section, supplies most of the United States with most of their winter vegetables and other things. And that where we are so close to Florida, where most of a whole lot of tourism exists, we are just a stone's throw from the market.
Yes.
While California is across the other side of the country. So if we grow winter vegetables in Jamaica, and as happens so often here, the climate has a change, and the citrus goes and everything else goes in this side, then we will be able to pick up the stock, and we will be able to supply them with whatever they need, because in our country can supply mostly everything. And that would be at a high price, because take for instance, orange juice goes up maybe sometimes 10-15 cents when there's a freeze down here, when something happens. But nobody seems to understand, and they didn't ask him what he meant, or what was his intention, because they were so anxious to blow him away that they didn't ask him about the winter vegetable system. Then again, there is the corn that can be grown on the land that is now occupied by sugar cane. In the not too distant past, we had corn factories manufacturing cornmeal, and from the byproduct of corn, we got things to feed the pigs, the cows, and our animals.
Yes, but whether corn or any other products, we have resources, and what we need to do is think about the best use that we can make of those resources. And we're not doing that.
Then again, we have citrus. Now, citrus, I remember that we were shipping citrus to New Zealand in quantity some years ago.
Yes.
And those who were in the business then, I'm talking about citrus juice. I'm talking about concentrate. We are talking about fresh fruit.
Uh-huh.
We were shipping them from that time. We had number 1, 2, and 3 pier down in Kingston, and those things were a constant. It was constant. We had a factory in Bagwalk, and we had one in Maypen, I think. Jamaica Citrus Growers and Citrus Company of Jamaica. Some of the older sets, like myself, will remember that. And I am wondering why these things cannot be put into operation. These things, just banana, we have never been able to supply the people with the amount of banana they want. We have never been able to supply them with sugar. And all these are some of the results of not having the thing properly.
But
no system.
our bananas and our sugar, sir, and many of our other products are afflicted by inefficiency in our productive processes.
Exactly.
Right?
We have no intention. We have never been able to produce anything on a standard that we can be proud of.
Yes.
Or bananas, we had bananas being shipped from so many ports in Jamaica. So what have we actually...
But you know, so Mr. Mike Henry had the nerve to go asking the British Deputy Prime Minister about reparations. Over the years, the British have, well, done us a real disfavor, you know, in paying us what they might well class as reparations, because they've been subsidizing, they've been, and they've been inducing us to depend heavily on subsidies. Our sugar cannot sell unless it is subsidized.
That's it.
Right? We can't grow sugar, produce sugar, right? And make a profit out of it without a heavy subsidy. We cannot grow bananas and make a profit out of it without a heavy subsidy. Right? And they, over the years, have encouraged us into this. Right? We want to get out of all that now and start looking to be efficient.
Yes, sir.
To produce whatever it is we're going to produce competitively.
But in addition to what I was saying, mister, the pulp from the citrus, when they process the citrus, plus the byproduct of the corn, if we put that together, then what we would have is animal feed.
Yes.
And you know that's not animal feed that has all these bones and things crushed in. We're talking about animal feed that we get from these byproducts of citrus and corn. And that would be a bonus for farmers who have horses.
Yes, it could help to make the
goats,
process efficient.
Then, how are we going to very well? We look to, as you said a while ago, we are still in the our mentality still have the slave type, because the way I look at it is that when we got freedom from slavery, the slaves gave the slave owners gave the slaves the food that they had and everything, and said, no, you're free, you can do what you want. They ate off all the food in a week.
Is that
at the end of the week, the slave owner in his great house on the top, the maid came to them and said, Master, all the slaves them down there wait for you. And he said, no, they can't be there because they're free. When he went out and looked, if you notice, most of the great houses are built on a hill.
Yeah.
When he looked in the valley, there were every slave there. They said, well, Master, why are you here? We don't have anything. We ate all the food, so we come back to you for food. Well, it's the same thing we are doing here. We haven't gone very far from that, Mr. Perkins. The English, we're cursing them about everything, leaving us in a state of this. But we are looking to them for handhold.
Yes.
Still, we are looking to them for subsidy.
Absolutely.
No, we are looking to them for reparation.
Yes.
What are we going to do with the money if England gives it to us? What are we going to do if England says, okay, we'll give you $1 billion or whatever it is for reparation?
What are we going to say, sir?
Wisely?
What are we going to say if the Europeans say, look here, we can't be bothered to support your sugar industry and to subsidize it, right? What are we then going to do? That would mean the immediate collapse of the sugar industry, right?
We are still depending on some. We blame everybody else but ourselves for what we have been,
Absolutely.
we have ourselves into.
Yes.
You see, every time there's somebody to be blamed, there's some. But this government, I think, is to be blamed wholly because 18 years, regardless, if you have
a very long time.
18-year-old son,
yes.
If you have an
18 years is a
18-year-old
very
son,
long
it's time
time.
for that son to very well go out.
Uh-huh.
And if he was, some of those who were 5 when this government came into power, they are 23 and 24 and 25. And if you look, they are the ones that are making the trouble. That means that they have adopted what they came and saw. And what they have seen since 18 years is not something that anybody could be proud of.
Yes.
So we have ourselves a whole generation that has found themselves on the wrong path. No guidance. No person who they can look to as examples. Because with the behavior that they have seen on the platform, and as the gentleman said about the lady, what are they going to think? That this is how Jamaica was 20 years ago. That isn't true. We had a country that everybody was proud of. I remember that during my years in the United States, everybody wanted to come to Jamaica. Every time you went into a store and said you're a Jamaican, that was the place they wanted to go. And the reason was because of the people, because the country hasn't changed. The country remains.
And you remember you remember the top of the line character of our tourism trade in those days?
Yes, sir.
Right?
That's what I am talking about.
Remember all the famous people who used to acquire houses in Jamaica and come here annually to spend their holidays?
Mr. Perkins, I'm going to tell you something, and you might not believe it. During the years when the cruise ship had just started, cruising from Miami was started by a Jamaican.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, sir. His name was Frank Leslie Fraser. He's dead now.
Who?
Mr. Fraser, Frank Leslie Fraser, that's his name. That's
Yes.
his name.
Uh-huh.
He has been deceased for years. He started out with 2 little ships. Their names were the Evangeline and the Wilmot Castle. They used to come to Jamaica. You must remember those ships.
Yes, of course.
2 cruise ships.
Yes.
You see? And from that has grown to this enormous cruise shipping operation here.
Yes.
And I remember going to...
Very quickly, I have to leave you now.
Okay, I'll pick it up again. sometime.
Okay, all right. It's time for the news. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is 12 o'clock.
Midday News is brought to you by Restaurant of Jamaica, KFC. We do chicken right every time.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The Double Zinger is back. Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy Double Zinger is back and now available in spicy barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The spicy barbecue Double Zinger. The Double Zinger sandwich. I'm gonna take some heating. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon, Jamaica. I'm Jean-Paul Menu with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Jamaica Labour Party candidate for Southeast St. Andrew, Joan Gordon Webley, is expressing concern that gunmen have again attacked her constituency. In In the latest incident, the police say 44-year-old Donovan Everton Wallace of Jakes Road was shot dead on Waterloo Road in Kingston 2 yesterday. Mrs. Gordon-Webley says Mr. Wallace was an innocent resident.
I know that this man has absolutely nothing to do with politics. It's a guy that can't even work because he suffers from fit so badly. He just went out to get his medication. But I suppose when people are mad and foolish, I suppose anybody will do. You know, you ask yourself, why do they kill children? This is sick. These are sick people who do these things.
Earlier this week, another man was killed in the constituency by gunmen. In the meantime, she says the police have been complacent in investigating the death threats she has been receiving.
I tend to think they are treating it lightly. The young man who gave me the news yesterday about mine being threatened, the same person who did the threat came to his house yesterday evening and threatened him again. And I had to find a place to put him up last night.
Joan Gordon-Webley, JLP candidate for Southeast St. Andrew. She says she has put in place measures to get her own private security. Meanwhile, Member of Parliament for Southeast St. Andrew, Maxine Henry Wilson, has expressed concern at the threats being received by Mrs. Webley. She has urged the police to thoroughly investigate the matter. JLP leader Bruce Golding is defending his party's advocacy for the removal of hospital charges for all citizens. According to Mr. Golding, each Jamaican except children under 14 contribute some $100,000 in taxes each year. And he says this is adequate reason for the abolition of hospital charges.
When I said that we are going to remove hospital charges, it don't mean that hospital care is free. You pay for it. When you pay taxes, that is what you expect to get from your taxes.
And expanding on the government's tax collection system, Mr. Golding condemned the current system of user fee charges.
Nowadays, almost everything that government is supposed to do them charges. Everywhere you go now, you hear about user charges. Just one time now, if you ever put this government back in power, when your house catch a fire, you call brigade. You're going to hear that you have to pay a user charge before the brigade can come. If you're not careful, you hear some sound back of your yard. You go there and you peep through the glass. You see a man that try to dig up your door. You call 119 because you need police come right away. If you're not sharp, if you follow this government, it won't be long before you're going to hear that in order for the police to come, you have to pay a user charge.
JLP leader Bruce Golding. He was addressing JLP supporters and party officials at a public meeting in Porus, Manchester last night. The meeting culminated a tour of the South Manchester constituency. JLP candidate Richard Hector will be challenging incumbent MP Michael Peart for the seat. In the 2002 general election, Mr. Peart polled 7,997 votes to the 5,705 received by the JLP's Noel Simpson. Meanwhile, PNP President Portia Simpson-Miller has criticized the leadership of the JLP. Addressing hundreds of party supporters at a rally in Ottawa Bay, St. Mary last night, Mrs. Simpson-Miller also said the JLP's plans and promises were not realistic.
How can you trust a leader when you watch your television and you saw a green advertisement that says free education and few nights after, without any explanation, without any authority, it was changed to free tuition.
People's National Party leader Portia Simpson-Miller. Last night she presented the party's 7 Region 2 candidates, 3 for St. Mary, 2 for Portland and 2 for St. Thomas. Yesterday, Mrs. Simpson-Miller toured sections of St. Mary. And Prime Minister Portia Simpson-Miller has raised concerns about the number of Jamaicans being deported from the United Kingdom. She's asking that the UK government assist with a program to rehabilitate the deportees. According to the Prime Minister, this is important for them to reintegrate into society. Mrs. Simpson-Miller made the comments during a meeting with Deputy British Prime Minister John Prescott. Mr. Prescott arrived in the island earlier this week for a number of engagements. The Prime Minister and Mr. Prescott also discussed issues relating to education and explored ways in which Jamaica and the UK could collaborate in that area. In the meantime, Mr. Prescott has sought to assure that the impending leadership change in Britain will not affect diplomatic relationships with Jamaica. British Prime Minister Tony Blair is set to demit office on June 27. According to Mr. Prescott, the UK remains committed to the same special relationships it has always enjoyed with Jamaica. Meanwhile, Mrs. Simpson-Miller has expressed appreciation to the British government for its assistance with a number of development projects. She has also thanked the British government for its support in the area of national security and border control. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. The time is now 7.5 after 12. Jamaican-born British trade unionist Sir Bill Morris says the failure of the government to reveal the details of the impending cut of Air Jamaica's London route is hurting labour relations. Media reports say Virgin Atlantic has secured a deal to take over the route. However, government authorities have refused to confirm the reports. Damien Mitchell reports.
Sir Bill told the Gleaner Power 106 News that the silence on the issue is damaging the credibility of the national airline. According to him, employees and passengers of Air Jamaica should be properly informed about the situation. Already, at least one UK travel agency says there will be serious job losses when the route cut takes effect. Managing Director of New Look Travel Agency, Winston Pickersgill, says this will be unavoidable as his company makes about 75% of Air Jamaica's bookings. Yesterday, Chairman of the Jamaica Tourist Board, Dennis Morrison, revealed that Air Jamaica has been operating at a loss of $20 million or 1.3 billion Jamaican dollars a year on the London route. He made the revelation following a meeting with representatives of the Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association in Montego Bay. According to the latest estimates of revenues and expenditure, last fiscal year, Air Jamaica recorded $64 million in losses. This was $66 million less than the $130 million that the national airline lost in the 2005-2006 fiscal year.
The Financial Services Commission, the FSC, is to begin a public education program to target investors. Executive Director of the FSC, Brian Winter, says this program, called the Security Law, will seek to inform investors of the risks involved in investing in financial institutions. He also says the program will highlight institutions that are not registered.
Securities law is aimed at principally making sure that investors are able to have, before they invest and while they're investing, all of the relevant and material information about what they're investing in, so that they can make a decision, go in, or to buy or not to buy, or to sell whatever they own.
Organizations which issue securities to the public are required to be registered with the FSC. When this is done, the FSC will assist the investor in monitoring the investment company.
Person fails to meet those obligations, they are not only exposed to the investor having a proper claim against them in court later on if the investment fails, but they're also exposed to criminal sanctions because they may have breached the securities law and they might find themselves charged.
Executive Director of the FSC, Brian Winter. Regional news now. The Firearms Amendment Bill in Guyana, which provides for drastically stiffer penalties for those convicted of gun-related offences, has been passed in Parliament. The bill was piloted by Home Affairs Minister Clement Rohi. The minister informed the House that in recent times there has been an all-time high rate of proliferation of illegal weapons in the country. He says this contributed to the present state of the country with respect to criminal activities. Mr. Rohi said the legislation is intended to be a deterrent to persons wishing to acquire and use illegal weapons. In the United States, both houses of Congress have passed a bill for an additional $100 billion to be provided to fund the war in Iraq and Afghanistan until the end of September. The House of Representatives voted in favor of the bill, and the Senate approved it shortly afterwards. The deal has ended months of wrangling involving Democrats who wanted a timetable for withdrawal of U.S. troops to be a condition of any further funding. Hours after the approval, the U.S. military reported that 5 more soldiers have joined the ranks. At least 85 U.S. troops have been killed in Iraq since the start of the month. This is the highest in any month since the invasion in 2003. And finally, in international news, thousands of South African workers this morning marched through cities across the country to demand a pay increase. Unions say 30,000 people took to the streets in the town of Nelspruit alone. The unions are demanding a 12% increase for all public sector workers, but the government has only offered a 6% increase to all workers, except teachers and nurses, who will get more. Spokesman for the Congress of South African Trade Unions, Patrick Craven, says the government can afford higher pay increase because it claims that South Africa's economy is booming and tax receipts are rising. The government has said it is ready to hold talks with the unions amid threats by the unions to call a general strike next week, Friday. Those were the stories making Midday News on Power 106 FM. The Midday Sports Report is next. Midday News was brought to you by Restaurant of Jamaica, KFC. We do chicken right every time.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The Double Zinger is back. Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy Double Zinger is back and now available in spicy barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The spicy barbecue Double Zinger. The Double Zinger sandwich. I'ma take some heating. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Thanks for staying with us. Time now for your Midday Sports Report on Power 106 FM. Michael Vaughan marked his long-awaited return to Test cricket with 100 as England are 329 for 5 against the West Indies on today's first day at Headingley. The England captain, back on his home ground for his first Test in 18 months, following a miserable run of injuries, scored 103 runs from 173 balls. Vaughan shared a dominant century stand with Kevin Peterson, 109 not out, who recorded his second successive century. Bowling for the West Indies, Corey Collymore has so far taken 2 wickets, while Darren Powell, Jerome Taylor and Chris Gale have taken a wicket each. Both sides have made changes to their lineup from the first Test, which ended in a draw last Monday at Lord's. England have brought back Vaughan to lead their side and left-arm fast-medium bowler Ryan Sidebottom in place of Owais Shah and the injured Matthew Hoggard. West Indies were forced into making a late change, with Sylvester Joseph coming into the lineup for Shivnarine Chandapal, who is carrying a right knee injury. An unbeaten 138 by Wasim Jaffer led India to a masterful batting performance on today's opening day of the second and final Test against Bangladesh. India closed on a massive 326 without loss. Jaffer, who completed his 4th Test century, and Dinesh Karthik, 82 not out, both retired ill. Captain Rahul Dravid on 88 and Sachin Tendulkar, 9, took the tourists to stumps. Athletics, the island's senior schoolboy football competitions will have new sponsors for the 2007 season. However, Wisynco Group Limited's $30 million bid to become the new title sponsor of the Intersecondary School Sports Association ISSA competitions has been rejected. David Burton, Business Development Manager for Beverages at Wisynco, says ISSA has advised his company by letter that their offer was rejected. A disappointed Burton says his company had offered a substantial cash increase to fund the leagues. Last year's joint sponsorship of the schoolboy competition was valued at $8 million. ISSA President Clement Radcliffe refused to comment on the rejection of the Wisynco deal. However, Radcliffe said ISSA has now put in place a new structure of sponsorship, and it will include new parties. The Jamaica Amateur Athletics Association will be staging a development track meet this Saturday. Tomorrow, the meet, sponsored by Custom Marble, will be held at the Catherine Hall Sports Complex in Montego Bay. Meet Director Ray Harvey says the athletes will be granted a waiver on registration and entry fees. The meet will serve as a warm-up for the National Junior and Senior Trials scheduled for next month. Basketball, Day 5 of the ISA Under-14 Boys Basketball Southern Conference League tips off this afternoon at 2 o'clock with 4 sets of double headers. At Jamaica College, Home School and Kingston College B face off in the day's feature game at 3 o'clock. St. Catherine will oppose Kingston College A in the first match at 2. At Meadowbrook, Jose Marti will take on Camperdown and Meadowbrook faces Calabar. At Woolmer's, St. Jago take on St. George's College A in the opening game. Then Woolmer's face off with St. George's College B in the second game. At Ardennes High, Camperdown take on Ardennes B, and Excelsior and Ardennes A square off. Football Minister of Sport and Youth Affairs in Trinidad and Tobago, Roger Boynes, is ready to step in to help solve the current impasse between the Trinidad and Tobago Football Federation, TTFF, and some of the World Cup players. Boyne says he will be contacting TTFF President Oliver Camps in a bid to help solve the problem. The members of the World Cup team who are willing to play in next month's CONCACAF Gold Cup are being barred because of their ongoing dispute with the local association. The players are protesting the TNTFF's failure to fully compensate the team for its efforts in Germany. Finally, Seba United and ACS Football Club will contest this afternoon's final of the St. James Western Sport Knockout. The game will be played at the Catherine Hall Stadium in Montego Bay, beginning at 3 o'clock. That's your Midday Sports Report on Power 106 FM. The Midday Weather Report is next.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carvis Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carvis Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a low-level trough across the island. This afternoon, expect partly cloudy conditions with isolated showers and thunderstorms. Tonight should be partly cloudy with over northern parishes. This weekend, tomorrow, expect scattered showers and thunderstorms. Sunday will be partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunderstorms in the afternoons. That's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carvis Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carvis Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, here are the main points. Jamaican-born British trade unionist Sybil Morris says the uncertainty over the impending cut of Air Jamaica's London route is hurting labour relations. JLP leader defends his party's advocacy for the removal of hospital charges for all citizens. The PNP says the opposition's alternatives are not realistic. Prime Minister raises concerns about the number of Jamaicans being deported from the United Kingdom. the Financial Services Commission, FSC, to start public education program targeting investors. Internationally, United States Congress passes bill for an additional $100 billion to be provided to fund the war in Iraq and Afghanistan until the end of September. And in sports, England are on 349 for 5 on day 1 of the second test against the West Indies at Headingley. That's your midday news, sports and weather report on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be Headline News at 3 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. I'm Jean-Paul Menou.
What a price! Now you can get a brand new 2007 Mitsubishi Lancer from Motor Sales at the unbelievable price of $1.65 million while stocks last, with CVT transmission, dual airbags, ABS brakes, a 1.6-liter engine, plus many other features. There'll never be a deal like this again. The 2007 Lancer at Motor Sales. Everybody loves the Lancer. Drive yours home today. J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online, and we go directly to our telephones. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
Well, you know, a little bit disturbed. Yes. And that's the reason why I decided to call you. I heard a Prime Minister, a clipping with the Prime Minister in St. Mary, actually, you know, trying to tell supporters that the leader of the opposition is somebody not to be trusted. And
you heard what?
A clipping on your newscast earlier with the Prime Minister saying to our supporters in St. Mary that the leader of the opposition is somebody that should not be trusted. and it's because of the recommendation that he had made, if a Jamaica Labour Party government should be elected, then, the country reached a state that we cannot afford not to educate our society.
Uh-huh.
And she's saying that that's not affordable.
She's saying that
that's not affordable, and for that reason, the leader of the opposition should not be trusted.
But hold on. The Prime Minister is saying that we cannot afford to educate our people?
Those were not our words. But because the leader of the opposition made that in his budget presentation, the PMP, to include the Prime Minister, is saying that that's not realistic. And in St. Mary, last night, she was telling her supporters that the leader of the opposition should not be trusted.
I think I heard that.
But less than 24 hours before that, at the conference center, she was there trying to hug and kiss the leader of the opposition.
Yes.
And say, yes, peaceful election. And I think for that reason, certain tones should not be used on a political platform.
So the leader of the opposition is not to be trusted. Mr. Tufton is a devil. Mr. What's his name? The Minister of Agriculture looks across the floor. Mr. Clark. All that he sees is evil. Right? But, of course, any comparison or any reference to Jezebel.
and it's because of the type of person.
I really don't understand what is going on here.
No, in media. Because if it was not highlighted by personnel within the media circle,
yes,
then it would have died of natural birth. Well, there are persons that are carrying a political agenda that sits around a microphone like yourself.
Yes,
and I'm not saying that you
hold
are.
on a little bit.
Hello?
I frankly see nothing wrong with the Prime Minister or any member of the government in its campaigning saying that the leader of the opposition is not to be trusted. The people who hear, I think I value free speech, right? People should have a right to say whatever it is that is in their heads, because it is when they say it that I will get to know that it is in their heads, right? And I think this is important.
But the reason for her saying that...
Now, hold on. Let me just complete the thought. Right? When I say something, you listen to me, you're in a position to make a judgment about me and what I said, the value of what I said, and possibly the kind of person that I am to have said it.
Correct.
Right? Hold on just a moment for me.
Okay.
My mother say, me go pass my exam because me have brain power. Mother's power patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:30.
This Labor Day, you've got a good reason to get out and work. Ace Super Center is getting you ready with their amazing Labor Day specials. Great prices on tools, hardware, paints, houseware, and more. Everything you need for the house, garden, and Labor Day project is at Ace Super Center. So don't miss these amazing Labor Day specials at Ace Super Center off Mandela Highway. Ace, the helpful place. Offer ends May 31. Conditions apply.
Nasty, troublesome cough. Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Cough medicine with clout.
Now there's a remedy you can rely on for troublesome cough and blocked, stuffy nose. Cavonia. Mentholated cough mixture. Nighttime formula. Bronchial balsam and throat spray. Blocked, stuffy nose? Give it something you can really feel working. Cavonia. Made in England by Thornton and Ross and distributed by Medimpex Jamaica Limited.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you, sir.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, what I was saying is that in my view, people ought to be free to say whatever it is that they want to say, right? And I and the rest of us should be in a position to
make that judgment.
To make a judgment as to the value or validity of what they're saying, and there are of course a couple of exceptions, like when you libel people and whatever, right?
Yes.
But what I find intolerable is the idea that they should be in a position, the Prime Minister and Jezebel should not be mentioned in the same breath, right? But they can say things like this about, and she herself can say that the leader of the opposition is not to be trusted, right? In other words, he's a dishonest fellow.
That's exactly the translation that she's trying to make.
Well,
that's a dishonest person, so you don't need to trust him. But you see, they tend to craft their presentation in such a way that, there can't be any libel action. But yet still, they're trying to convey that to those persons that they have gathered there to say, don't trust this man, don't vote for this man.
Yes, well, it is just a matter of a libel action. It is a matter of people listening to her and making up their minds whether they agree with her that Mr. Golding is not to be trusted, and if they don't agree with her, what does it tell about her that she should have said that? Right?
But you see, Mr. Perkins, I know that we have reached a stage that we cannot afford not to educate our youth. But, there are simple maths that we can look at. Simple areas that we can look at where we are throwing good money away.
Look here, sir. Hold on a little bit. We cannot afford not to educate our youth.
And that's what I agreed on.
Right.
I totally agreed on that.
Anybody who thinks that we can is talking damn nonsense.
But currently, the People's National Party is saying that the country has reached a stage that, we're okay. Our youths are doing well.
No, they're not doing well. Large numbers of them are out there getting hold of guns and whatever else and committing murder. Right?
And all of that is simple because of the lack of opportunity, the lack of good education, and the only choice that they are left with, Mr. Perkins, is just to join the few that sits on the corner, and the next thing
if the Prime Minister, sir, you see, people must be left free to talk, because when they talk, they tell us more about themselves than they tell us about other people.
Correct.
If the Prime Minister is looking for the fifth term on the basis that we can't afford to educate our youth, but we can afford not to educate them, then what is coming would seem to me is further disaster.
Because
what she's offering to the country,
because
is a further round of disaster.
The more that she hit the platform and open her mouth, is the more that I think people are distancing themselves from her.
Well,
because
so.
Mr. Perkins, the media was trying to sell both the Prime Minister, the current Prime Minister, and Mr. Golding as the change. These are the two leaders that they're looking at to bring some level of changes. Right now, the Prime Minister succeeded as a result of Mr. Patterson, who decided that he would not carry through the full length of his mandate.
Yes.
And she's now there in that position as the Prime Minister. And all of us were looking for a wholesale change. And that is not, we have not seen that. And there are simple areas that I have been looking at, and even earlier on your 12 o'clock newscast, where, you know, Air Jamaica, just for the London route alone, annually, we're losing $1 billion.
Over $1 billion.
Over $1 billion.
Yeah.
And that's one route. Air
And
Jamaica.
one wonders what we're losing on other routes.
But look at JUTC.
Uh-huh.
These are money that I'm talking about. If we are able to put these money properly and prevent those losses, you know, we'll be in a position already, simple to start to put funds already in place to educate our youth.
Yes.
Here in Jamaica, JUTC is losing $3 million daily. Daily, you know, Mr. Perkins.
I know.
Daily.
And this has been going on for quite some time.
And this has been going on for quite some time. And I don't even touch the government contracts overruns. But I'm just talking about these two areas, Air Jamaica, JUTC. And if we are able to prevent those losses, you know, at least, you know, the Prime Minister could almost start to think about agreeing with Mr. Golin and the Jamaica Labour Party that, yes, if we are not in a position to educate our youth, then we'll be going down the wrong path.
But then, sir, the Prime Minister is in a difficult position, because if she were to say that, then the next question would be, when did you begin to recognize that? And how is it that you've been in office for 18 years and just coming now to that realization?
And you see, people in media, Mr. Perkins, tend to unwrap her from some of the ills that we have suffered in the last 18 years. And, you know, when I heard part of her presentation, and she spoke about the new leg of the highway that will commence, you know, sometime next month, she said that was a cabinet decision, and it has been approved by cabinet. So all that took place while she was a part of Mr. Patterson's administration. We have to bundle her in it then. No, because if she's now, I listen to her carefully, you know, because I must tell you, I'm not a supporter of the People's National Party, but I'm one of those persons that listen every leader when they hit the platform, because I must be in a position to pick sense from nonsense.
You're not a supporter of the Jamaica Labour Party?
No. I am a supporter of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Oh, you are?
Yes, I am. But as I said,
a member? Are you a member?
I am a member, and I'm also an elected representative of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Oh, I see.
But as I said, you know, I am just looking. I'm one of the grassroots representation candidates. You know, so I sit on the corner. I am in a position that I converse with the youth on the corner. And, you know, a lot of them, Mr. Perkins, they have given up hope. Because even going through school, get their good education, the job is to sit on the corner. There's no opportunity. And that's the reason why most of the problems that we're facing with the youth right now in school is because they realize that after they graduate, and you know that we'll be looking at graduation a couple months from now.
Yes.
The job is to sit on the corner and to see who can sit closer to the column, the biggest column. And that is it done. And, you know, and if my Prime Minister or any Prime Minister cannot look at how they can change that level of concept that is now in the mind of the youth, then we are going down that disaster route.
Yes.
And Mr. Perkins, right now, it is quite clear that this present Prime Minister, you know, she don't have the vision. She's short-sighted. Because, as a matter of fact, hitting the platform, you should be selling something positive. And, you know, if you make the comparison between herself and Mr. Golin when they're on the platform, you get two different levels of representation, you know, coming out, you know. Two totally different level of presentation coming out of the mouth of the two leaders.
Yes, but I suppose that she would say, and her PNP supporters would say, that she represents the higher level.
The higher level meaning what?
Well, the better option. You don't think so?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Even if, well, that's what she would say, isn't it? She can't avoid saying that.
I'm not sure to that. It's people in media for that.
Yeah.
A lot of, and you know, if you look now, you know, a lot of the PMP candidates now and supporters and persons who are part of ministry, who usually work in ministry, are now sitting around, no microphones. Even some bias program have 2 programs now, 1 morning program and 1 evening program. They just come like the polls to them now. So
Anyway, it does seem to me, sir, that we are bringing children into the world in order to have them rot in our hands, right? Youngsters who could have grown up to be all sorts of wonderful things.
Yeah, the doctors and the nurses.
They're out there on the street corner rotting. And then Omar Davis has the nerve to look down at them and to say that they're uneducated, illiterate, unemployable, and irredeemable. Right? An utter contempt for the people, young people, whom he has helped to destroy.
But you're the only talk show host that reminds us of that presentation.
Well,
the only one, and that's the reason a lot of people are now saying that you're anti-government and you're almost an advocate for the Jamaica Labour Party, And just because
I'd tell you something. My position is that I go with the facts, and I would like to think that I handle the facts rationally.
And I think so.
Right? And if those facts and the rational constructions that I put upon them take me in whichever direction, I am going to go with them. Up
by the office of the Prime Minister, there's a department that they call the Media Center. And right in the Media Center, there are more than 1 staff, paid staff, that listen to Perkins online and make notes of everything that you say on your program daily.
Oh, is that so?
I am telling you that. That's a fact. There's a center up there that they call the Media Center, where they listen. There are more than 1 person that sits. They are being paid. When they leave their home in the morning, it's just to listen to talk show programs. And for Power 106 Perkins online, there are more than 1 paid staff that sits around the radio and make notes of everything.
Where you get that from?
Mr. Perkins. Hello?
Yes.
Check it. I'm telling you that. There's a center that an opportunity to go in there. And that's the reason why I
What is happening to your...
Hello?
What is suddenly happening to your voice, sir?
My voice?
Yes. There was a distortion there a while ago.
I don't know what could have happened.
It happened about 3 times.
No, I am using my cell phone, so I don't know what could have happened there.
No, it's not that it's just that what you were saying, it is as if the thing speeded up. It was on a tape and suddenly the tape was speeded up and you got a distortion.
Well, if some of your overseas callers, they'll tell you that a lot of times I hear your overseas callers saying to you that, they listen Power 106, on the net, and as soon as 10 o'clock, they have great difficulty.
I've heard a lot of that.
So,
yes.
This could have been, because I'm actually revealing this one, maybe that's the reason why you might have gotten some speed there. I don't have anything to do with that speed, Mr. Perkins. I'm just speaking the facts.
It sounded very odd.
I'm speaking the facts.
But I think that, so when somebody calls me and criticizes what I said, accuse me of things, I just ask them to tell me what I said that was not true. Right? And if they can't do that, well, forget it.
And that's the reason why a lot of those that...
Hold on just a moment.
Okay.
Employers, remember you have a responsibility to submit your annual returns for 2006. Ensure that you include the correct name, TRN and NIS number of each employee. Submit your NHT annual returns now. The time by the NHT is 12:45.
Oliver.
Paul, me can't stop and talk to you now. Me I go Wendy's go eat some of them brand new double melt burgers.
New double melt burgers?
Yes, man, the bacon Swiss double melt. Make with half pound of beef, bacon Swiss cheese, and a creamy peppercorn sauce. And the steakhouse double melt. Make the same but with sauteed onions and mushrooms.
But are they good?
Good. Them succulent and delicious. The only problem is we don't know which one to eat first.
The Steakhouse and Bacon Swiss Double Melt Burgers at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
Lord, them succulent.
Hey, Red! Rodeo is a-coming.
Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online.
Yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
Well, that was basically my contribution to your program
right,
today,
sir.
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you very much.
All right, then have a great day,
All
sir.
the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Not too bad.
Oh, good.
Well, the Prime Minister is not really an educated woman, you know. So you really cannot...
She's not really what?
An educated person.
Oh, I don't know about that.
And you really cannot...
I gather she has a degree from a university in Miami.
But...
And recently was awarded an honorary doctorate, an honorary PhD.
Okay, I understand all that. But the Prime Minister has no true value in education, you know. So it is so easy for her to say that the nation cannot afford to educate its children. I see Mr. Henry is having a difficult time with the British on the issue of
I don't know that he's having a difficult time with the British.
For crimes committed against black people during actually more than 400 years of slavery.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Yes.
What did you say?
I am saying that Mr. Henry is having a hard time with the British on the issue of reparation for crimes committed against black people for over 400 years of slavery.
Uh-huh.
Now, why do you think the British is so adamantly opposed to reparation?
Why are they what?
So adamantly opposed to reparation.
Well, I don't... I mean, I think the British could argue that that we, the descendants of the slaves,
yes,
have reaped rich benefits from having been, you know, from being their descendants, and coming into possession, first of all, of a beautiful Caribbean island. That we would not otherwise have acquired.
But, you know, the island, you know, is not for the British to give, you know.
Oh.
That is why nobody don't want to have a real research in regard to the people whom we refer to as the Maroons.
Uh-huh.
Because when the British came to this island, it was not uninhabited, you know. It was inhabited by people, and that's the only argument the British can use now in saying that when they take possession of the island, it was uninhabited.
The fact of the matter is, right?
Yes.
That in 1962, the British handed Jamaica over to us.
But they did not relinquish any claim to the island.
Of course they did.
No, Mr. Perkins. The only thing they relinquish is the responsibility in having to take care of so much black people. That's the only thing that they're relinquishing now.
So hold on.
Yeah.
Jamaica is not an independent country.
In words, but not in action and reality.
Oh?
On papers.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
Well, I wasn't aware of that.
It's only on papers, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, yes? Oh, I see. So we can't make our own laws and decide our own
Not
politics.
until we have a serious constitutional reform. And not until we dismantle the whole...
Who is it that determines whether we can and when we can have that constitutional reform?
You know, it's going to take the people there, you know. It's going to take sensible and wise political...
Well, you and I are agreed. The people of Jamaica
yes.
can decide where they want to go, what direction, what the kind of constitutional arrangements they want to have.
But who's presenting any referendum in that regard?
What?
Nobody is presenting any kind of referendum in that regard.
Well, so that isn't the fault of the British.
Well, you know, one reason I know the British are afraid to pay reparation is the fact that they would also have to pay reparation for the other peoples who are victims of British colonialism, you know. Because, I don't know whether or not you know this, but wherever the British settle, wherever they settle, after they left England,
yes,
on their little ships, going here and there, that wherever they settle, was mass murder, grand theft, and genocide, you know.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, against the people in Australia, against the people in North America, against the people of South Africa, against wherever the British settle. So when you say the wicked white man, there is something to it, you know. The British took out...
Well, what there is to it is that people like you accuse them of wickedness. But what I find in...
No, history is the judgment here.
Hold on just a moment.
Yeah.
What I find interesting is that in the days when they were here, this country was better governed and with greater generosity towards the people of the country than is the case today.
Well, maybe it have a lot to do with conscience.
Right? No. I keep pointing out that when I was 4 years old, I had a serious illness, right?
Yes.
And I went to the Buff Bay Hospital. I spent 3 months there, and it didn't cost my parents a penny. I was treated and cured and released, and it didn't cost them any money.
Well, up to this very day, now, people in England...
No, hold on a moment.
Yes.
Right? We are hearing that today, yesterday, about the government, well, you know, Sister P mentioned it in Parliament.
Yeah.
About the great generosity of the government in making it possible for young people under the age of 18 to get free treatment in public institutions. Right?
Yes.
Now that was commonplace in the days when the British were running this country.
Maybe so,
in the Kingston Public Hospital, right? Was a respected institution. There were no cockroaches crawling all over it. No flies flying around in the operating theaters. Right?
Maybe so, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
But I really cannot see
but hold on.
Such generosity or even the idea compensate for 400 or 500 years of slavery and colonial oppression. I really cannot see the...
Yes, but hold on a minute.
Yes.
Hold on a minute. There's no reason why we can't, we and our descendants won't be here for 4, 8, 1,000 years, 2,000 years and more. Right? So over that period, if we manage our affairs and the assets that have fallen into our hands properly, there is no reason why we cannot more than compensate for the ills suffered by our ancestors.
It is yet to be seen.
What?
It is yet to be seen, but I'm just saying.
Well, at the rate that we are going,
yeah.
I mean, it doesn't seem to me that we are putting ourselves in the way to benefit.
But we're not making the right move.
No, of course not.
In educating our people.
Absolutely.
And in changing this miserable piece of paper we call the Constitution.
Yes. And Mr. McHenry is going misbehaving towards the
Mr. Mike Henry has all right to act in such outrage.
Well, I don't.
Let me say to Mr. Henry.
I don't think so, sir.
That reparation is a just cause, and God approves of it.
If Mr. McHenry,
the British will have to make amends.
If Mr. McHenry was representing himself,
yes,
right, that would be one thing. But Mr. McHenry is supposed to be there as a Jamaican parliamentarian, right?
Yes.
And in that way, is representing all of Jamaica. And I certainly don't feel happy that...
Mr. Perkins, I can't see why you take such offense.
Why?
When people ask for justice,
People are not asking for... That is not asking for justice.
No,
that is rubbish.
It isn't. Well, the British will have to make amends.
Anyway, so there are other benefits that have accrued to us,
Yes. Well, and one other matter.
The acquisition of the English language, that's one.
Yes.
Right?
Uh-huh.
You regard that as a great benefit.
It is, if we use it right.
Yes.
But let me say...
Well, the problem is that we are not using it right.
But
hold on.
Yes.
And there are a host of other technologies
yes.
that have come to us over hundreds of years, from which we have benefited. Right?
I don't know, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, you mean?
I don't know, because we are so lacking in technology.
I have
we are so lacking in knowledge.
I have the view, sir,
yes,
that colonialism may not have come about as a result of the
desire to conquer and
the generosity
take possession of the earth
of the colonialists.
Yes.
But it brought benefits to the people who were colonized.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
But the black man is there to see those benefits.
Well, no. Well, that is because of the blindness of the black man, if that is true.
Well,
right?
I just want to say to Mr. Henry that the British will pay reparation for slavery one way or another. And God will see to it. The judgment on our plague that will come upon England will make the judgment and plagues that came upon Egypt look like child's play.
Oh, is that so?
Anyway,
right,
Mr. Perkins, the other day you were saying something about doing a research on the curriculum.
Yes.
Have you discovered any new facts or anything interesting in this?
Not really. I haven't really done it.
But by the way, what is the curriculum?
Well, what is taught in the schools, the program of teaching.
So can a course of study...
The subjects taught and...
Yes. So can a course of study be doctored and designed to accomplish a planned objective?
Oh, yes, I should think so.
Okay. So, I do not think you would have to do any in-depth research in order to come to a reasonable understanding of what the curriculum is all about, Because all you need to do in this regard is to take a good look at the formal course of study that the school uniformly pursue or follow.
That's what
and you will see the curriculum as it is.
Yes.
One thing for sure, the present curriculum is not about mental upliftment or empowerment of people.
Well, I'm beginning to wonder about that.
It was not designed for that purpose.
I see.
The present curriculum was designed and crafted by the British colonial authority.
No, I don't think so.
Yes, sir.
No.
Mr. Perkins, remember, when the slaves leave the plantation, there was no school system before, There was no school system before.
Well, let me tell you something.
Yes.
The curriculum that I went through as a youngster, right? It is not what you are talking about there.
No?
Anyway, thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you.
Reach Retailers, Advanced Business Solutions is the solution to all your business needs, including point of sales, store fixtures, and display products. Call 906-9965. The time by Advanced Business Solutions is 1 o'clock.
Hey, new chart from cable and wireless. You get more talk time and it's wireless. I want your name just talk. Cable and wireless card. Use it a yard and broad. Local and international. Make us straight to the UK, Canada, US. Then from US, Canada, UK back to yard. Just talk. Them a go hard, just talk. Cable and wireless card. Use it a yard and broad. Local and international. Make us straight to the UK, Canada, US. Then from US, Canada, UK back to yard. Just talk. Them a go hard. Yo, get one, get with it. Once you're in it, to win it. New cable and wireless card, name just talk. So go get one, conditions apply. Testing 1 3. Use it for any phone and every phone. Down it.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry he never have more.
Ricky don't let us stop you from do it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be to us.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maple Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir. Hi.
How are you?
How are you?
Oh, fine. Not you.
I thought you had migrated.
No, still here. Still struggling.
Oh, yes?
Yes, can't leave now, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I have to be here for the victory of the Jamaica Labour Party.
Oh?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. I don't know if you feel the change, when people tell you on the phone, on the radio, you get very skeptical. But I can tell you with certainty now as I speak to you that we're going to have a change.
You think so?
And I'm going to tell you why. Because despite what I said about Portia Simpson Miller, her charisma is more talk than reality. Because if you notice, even though she's on the road, and they told you when she hit the road, what's going to happen? That charisma is going to grip you. But Mr. Perkins, very few, she not getting the crowd support. She not getting that enthusiasm that you and I knew when Michael Manley was campaigning. You remember? He had a lot of charisma. And when he hit the road, people got into fervor. I know that. I can remember it in 1980.
Yes.
1972.
Yes, 72.
Mr. Perkins, this is my view of Mrs. Simpson Miller. She's a lot of talk. She talks pretty. She keeps herself well. She dresses nicely. But in reality, Mr. Perkins, she cannot deliver and she will never deliver. Because in her speeches, she can get eloquent sometimes. But when you look at what she says and what she does or doesn't do, you see a great gap. A gap, Mr. Perkins. You saw it in her inaugural address about the human rights.
Yes.
It was number one.
Yes.
And you keep saying it, and it's so true. It seems that since she took that oath a year ago, it has gotten worse.
Yes.
Because, and I'm going to say something to people in your cities, it's for you, not even man up in Beverly Hills. If you smart, you will change your government. Because it seems to me that every day the police are out of control. And I'm going to tell you, they have no security. They have no one ready to defend them. And what they're going to have to do, if they're really serious about getting on in this country, is to hold the Labour Party to what they say. And I'm telling you, they're not getting it from the People's National Party. When the Jamaica Labour Party comes to power, Bruce spoke about the abuse of human rights already. Remember with that chain thing, and they call it about Bangarang? What another thing was holding the Labour Party to Mr. Perkins is that we're going to make it clear that every Jamaican, wherever you are, wherever you live, you're going to stand equal in the sight of the law. And the police going to respect you like they respect the big man up on the hills. I'm not
that would be a revolution, you know, sir. That is ever achieved in Jamaica.
If they're smart, they're not getting it from this government again. They are being used and abused.
Well, I tell you something.
A lot of Mr. Perkins opposes pure propaganda. Because you cannot say at 60% the thing that's going right. Of course nothing's going right in Jamaica, and a 5-year-old knows that. But you can't divorce that from the reality of the government into power, so something is wrong with the polls. And another thing I want to say, when the polls results come out, Fifth News does it, the All Media does it. Stop it. It's Jamaicans said it. It's the polls, it's the people that interviewed said it. Are you clear, Mr. Perkins?
Yes.
Right. It's not Jamaica, it's the amount of people polled. That's factual, that's real.
Well,
and it gets me angry. It's propaganda, Mr. Perkins. It's not what Jamaicans say. What the 1,000 people say is not what Jamaicans say, what the electorate says. It's what those people have been polled.
Yes.
And
but also, sir, bear in mind that you and I don't know that these 1,000 people said so.
Exactly.
We are told that they said so.
Exactly. You're always ahead, you know, because you're a thinker. I was going to go there. You took it from me. You're right. You're absolutely right. And I'm going to tell you, Mr. Perkins, I feel it in my bones as I speak to you here. We're going to have a change, and they're getting very panicky. The People's National Party, you're going to have to watch them. You see that violence? You talk the Prime Minister talk about going to have a peaceful election. She better address that to her followers. Because that is where the problem is. I see it. They're going to get desperate. They're going to shoot and they kill. They're going to bring back a lot of what we had in the 90s.
Well, you know, sir, I gather that the Prime Minister said in St. Mary yesterday that Mr. Golding is not to be trusted.
Yes, I heard that.
So when Mr. Golding makes promises, don't rely on them being fulfilled.
But exactly, but who's to trust she and her government?
But I'm amazed at the Prime Minister saying something like that.
But Mr.
When she herself, in that speech at King's House, she made some promises, some solemn promises there to the Jamaican people that she has totally forgotten about, it seems to me.
That notwithstanding her position in the traffic guru scandal.
Yes, indeed.
You remember that?
Yes.
She has not come forward with the facts yet. Remember she just went forward with the facts.
You remember that her second commitment to the Jamaican people was the elimination of corruption?
Exactly, I remember that. There's a lot of things she said. Right?
And what has she done in relation to traffic bureau?
Precisely.
Right?
And Mr. Perkins, with regard to this free, no charges for 18-year-olds, up to 18.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to say this. You know what's underneath that? Let's examine it. You know what's underneath that? She's trying to reach out to the potential 18-year-olds, the future voters in the next election. You know,
well, I don't know, sir. I don't know that would work there. Because
Michael Manley did it, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, but hold on.
Age to 18.
Yes, but what she's doing here now,
she's pandering to those
the 18-year-old, you have to be over 18 to vote.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now the youngster who is 18 years old, who was 18 years old on Sunday.
Yes.
Right? Will not be able to access this program.
Yes,
on Monday.
I know, but what I'm saying,
right?
Those will become eligible in the near future. You know what I'm
eligible?
saying? No, what I'm saying, all these people under 18.
Yes.
They are going to be over 18, some of them. You understand? They're going to be the future young people, voters of the future.
Yes.
Yes.
But when they become 18 and become eligible to vote, they will no longer, if they go into the hospital and they are suffering from a life-threatening disease,
I know they won't be eligible
right?
anymore. I know
and they
that.
cannot pay
Yes.
for that treatment.
I know.
Then they are going to be, they could as well phone Mr. Madden
Exactly.
and ask him to help them out.
I agree. Exactly. I agree with you. But what she's trying to set in their minds is that when I was before 18, I could get free medical care.
Yes.
Because of this wonderful woman,
Well.
this messenger from God. Now, what I'm going to say, you realize that the great majority of people seeking medical aid are well up 40, 50, so on.
Beyond that, yes.
Yes. So it's only really not many people 18 and under will be needing medical care and help because illnesses that develop when you get old.
Yes.
So in a way, it's not just it's a flimsy gesture. It's just a tokenism. It's the sort of thing that this government does all the time, and she's full of it. Mr. Perkins, she's not intelligent. And this is why I don't want her to be Prime Minister of this country.
Well.
She don't have a head on her shoulders. She's only pretty, she only smile about and dress well and hug up. That can't develop a country. That can't put food on your table. That can't give you jobs. That can't create employment. That can't fix roads. So that is damn nonsense. Excuse the adjective damn. Because I will not tolerate, Mr. Perkins, I get angry when you insult the intelligence. I told you that over and over. And every time this woman opens her mouth, I am insulted. She's no fit person to be no Prime Minister of any country, any part of the planet of this earth. And I grieve that she could be Prime Minister, not is Prime Minister right now. I hope to God the people will pass sensible judgment and get she and our government out and let the country move forward. Bruce might not be charismatic, but he's intelligent, his head is on his shoulders, and I think he's committed. Because a lot of what he says makes sense if you examine it carefully. Is it right, Mr. Perkins?
I think so.
I think so. And I'm going to tell you, I feel certain within my heart that we're going to have a change. But what we're going to have to look for now, there's going to be a lot of resistance. A lot of kind of blood going to be on the horizon. So we've got to look for it. We've got to be on the alert. And the media, for God's sake, I am telling you, the people in the media, Mr. Perkins, are let down. And a lot of them are young. They don't really know. They don't really understand where they're coming from.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Have a good day, Mr. Perkins.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Mr. Perkins, how are you doing?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
I'm not too bad, you know.
Uh-huh.
Listen, the Prime Minister tone. Yeah, I've been getting a lot of calls about her tone.
Yes.
Well, I've had that same problem with her for a long, long time, you know.
Yes?
Yeah. I mean, I can't deal with when people behave the way she's behaving.
Eh?
She's not behaving good, Mr. Perkins.
You don't think so?
No.
In what way?
When she started to ramp and rave and go on and go along, you wonder if that's the way a lady should behave.
Or more importantly, a Prime Minister.
More importantly, a Prime Minister. Then, whenever time the cartoonists display her in that kind of a way, she take offense.
Yes. A Prime Minister must command respect.
Yes.
And not only in Jamaica, but when she has to go abroad to meet other people and, you know, to deal with heads of state and all this kind of thing, she must command respect.
Yeah, she should not behave in one way to us, the people.
Uh-huh.
And then expect him to go abroad and
well, I don't think it's going to work that way. Yes.
Yeah, that's not good, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
All right. I have a few points here that I want to ask you about.
Yes.
Mr. Wilmot.
Uh-huh.
Death. What really happened to him?
Why you ask me, sir? How would I know? Well, I have heard, like the rest of us, that all kinds of things happened to him, right? At one point we heard that it was, we began by hearing that it was uncertain what had happened to him. Then that it was suspicious. Then that he had been murdered by manual strangulation. Then that he may have been poisoned. Then that he died of a heart attack, right? Or he died naturally of a heart condition.
You know what I am wondering, Mr. Perkins?
Uh-huh.
I'm wondering about the people that we have in our prisons. I mean, how innocent are they?
Well,
Guilty they might be.
yes, indeed.
Because if this had happened somewhere in some other area,
Yes.
you would have a lot of people being detained.
Yes.
And have to find a whole heap of money to defend themselves.
Marco, not necessarily so, because that relatively few of the murders committed in Jamaica lead to anybody being detained. Right?
But remember we have a lot of people in prison, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, we do have a lot of people in prison. And I'm not against what you said. That, a substantial number of those people could well be innocent. Hold on just a moment.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time by the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
116.
Marlon, I want to fix up the kitchen at home and the bar at the club with some nice countertop sink and faucets. But I wonder if I can afford it.
Look, Miss B, as a trained workman, Cameron Industries, them have low price fender acrylic, post form laminated in plenty colors, and them solid surface second to none. The workman, them factory trained. Them products strong and resist heat, chemicals and stain. Them also have some nice sinks, and what the nice word they use the pipe? Faucet.
Come to think of it, everybody's talking about Cameron's. I also hear they give excellent service.
That's right. Check them at the Trade Center, 32 Reynolds Road, Kingston. Telephone 906-386-224 and Hatfield, Manchester, 963-0628. Cameron Industries is the best name for quality countertops in Jamaica.
There's never been a better time to sign up for the Digicel Select postpaid bundle packages, because with the Select postpaid bundles, you get up to 100 free minutes to call anywhere, on any network, in any country. That's right, up to 100 free anywhere minutes, plus up to 50 free text messages. Upgrade to Digicel Select postpaid bundles and get even more value. Hey, what's up?
Digicel. Expect more. Get more. Conditions apply.
See the press for details.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're back here. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
All right, listen, I would just like to go back a little bit to the tone of the Prime Minister.
Yes.
You know, I used to have this woman living with.
You used to have a woman living with?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And you know that every time the Prime Minister goes on stage and behave in that kind of a way, she reminds me of that woman.
Oh, is that so?
Jesus King, Mr. Perkins.
Eh?
I was not able to sleep at night.
Oh? Why?
When she started going on in the yard, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, man. The neighbors and everybody. I could not survive, Mr. Perkins. I had to get rid of her.
You got rid of her?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. and I would suggest that the country does the same thing about the Prime Minister, you know. Unless she decides to tone down, because I don't know that she used to behave like that.
Well,
I don't know that she used to behave like that, but I think she's getting too emotional, you know.
Uh-huh.
I think she's behaving like, you remember the guy who used to come on the program after you in the afternoons? Huh? What
yes.
happened to him?
What?
What happened to him?
He's ill.
He's ill.
Yes.
Maybe it's his pressure.
Huh?
Maybe it's his pressure.
Well, it may well have been.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing I like about you, and I always listen to you, you know, because no care how serious the problem is, you tend to laugh, you know. You need to laugh.
Well, I don't know.
All right, Mr. Perkins, I have another problem with the Portmore people.
Yes.
With regards to the road. I mean, they have gotten a toll road, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
And now they're complaining about the stretch going up to 3 miles.
About the what?
The piece of road going up to 3 miles. That
Uh-huh.
traffic is being piled up there.
Yes.
And then they're complaining about Marcus Garvey Drive.
Uh-huh.
I'm saying to myself, Mr. Perkins, that these people getting so much attention. People like me who live in the country, what's going to happen to me? I mean, they don't have enough money to do everything.
Yes, well,
And we are paying taxes too, so I don't think they should be wanting to have everything done and not being considerate of other people.
well, I don't know whether their problem is that they want everything done. But the things that have been done have not been, many of them, been particularly helpful to them. They got they had a road that they used to take out of Portmore, the causeway, right? Mm-hmm. It was cluttered and, you know, perhaps a little stressful for them, right? But then they replaced it with this toll road that is hardly less cluttered. I mean, you know, it is choked in the mornings, and people they're having to pay a toll on this, right? And so on. So that is the kind of problem that they have. They want something done about it.
No, Mr. Perkins, but at least they're having good surface to drive on.
Uh-huh.
I mean...
Well, if you had a good surface to drive on, you wouldn't mind if you were kept
no, because
stationary.
It's about that, I mean, I have to be constantly fixing my vehicle.
I see what you mean. But what you should be saying is that they have their problems, you have yours. And that your problems need to be attended to, theirs need to be attended to. Right?
Yes, but if it seems as if, I mean, if they don't get their problem attended to, as if their problem is the only problem in the country. I think the majority
No, I don't think you need
them.
them. No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
The majority of Jamaica roads are in extremely poor condition.
Yes, that is quite true. But so people are entitled to say that my road needs to be fixed. That doesn't mean that your road doesn't need to be fixed too.
Yeah, but I think because they are in that kind of a area, whenever time they talk, the government get panic. You know, and then they'll have to, you know, that there are roads in Portland.
Uh-huh.
That's since Ivan.
Yes.
Those roads are not people aren't able to drive.
So I've heard, yes. Uh-huh.
So what happens to those people?
Well, they are suffering too.
Yeah, nobody's listening to them.
Yes, I suppose so.
Yeah. Anyway, one more thing, Mr.
Not the people who can fix the roads.
Yes, one more thing.
Uh-huh.
It's Joan Gordon Webley.
The what? Joan Gordon Webley.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
I think what happened with Miss Joan Gordon Webley, right, is that a lot of the anger that a lot of the people in the area that you represent have been going through the past years.
She doesn't represent the area, you know, sir.
No, but she's seeking to represent.
Yes, uh-huh.
Yes. I think a lot of the anger that is within a lot of those people are actually coming out in her, you know, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, yes?
Those people, yes, those people go through a whole lot, you know, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, what happened is that I remember even in the last election, Maxine Wilson was going to lose that seat, you know.
Was that so?
Yes. And they used a whole heap of intimidatory practices, Mr. Perkins,
Oh.
to prevent a lot of people from going to the polling stations.
Uh-huh.
And I know that for a fact. You know, I don't want to go into details, but
Uh-huh.
that was a whole lot of things that took place there. And I think it's just now they're actually getting somebody to actually stand up for them. And I think that's the reason why she's so outraged, you know, because I think she finds it difficult to believe that people could have been putting up with that sort of a things and not being letting their voices being heard, you know.
Uh-huh.
And Mr. Siaga, I think he was wrong when he said that there is nobody in the Labour Party that can run the party.
That can do what? Can run the party? Uh-huh.
Yeah, because I know you have been listening to Mr. Golden. And I think that man, I don't know why he wasn't the Prime Minister of Jamaica for a long time.
Oh?
You should listen to his ideas, you know.
Uh-huh.
Because, take for instance, the same roads that we're talking about. I mean, there are some people in the country that it is as if they are not paying taxes when you look at the road that they have to drive on.
Uh-huh.
You know? And certain areas are just getting attention over
Yes,
and over.
but it is far from being only a matter of roads, you know. There are a lot of other problems too.
A lot of problems. I think the main problem that we have in Jamaica, because we have a lot of, I mean, Jamaica is a land of food and water, you know, so I guess river run close to a lot of people's house.
Yes.
Regarding water. And as you said, I mean, people should start getting into the idea of making tanks, you know.
Uh-huh.
But I don't know how the people, like, for instance, up in St. Anne's, where they do the backside thing, they're
Yes.
gonna man, because they have a whole heap of dust to contend with.
Uh-huh. All right, sir.
Nice talking to you, Mr. Perkins. Okay.
Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay. Time for some email.
To start off on a
let's hear
light.
what our emailers have to
To
say.
start off on a lighter note, Mr. Perkins. Attention. Mr. Perkins, my meter was installed on the 27th of April. It's a new one-bedroom place on Merrick Avenue in Kingston. And the meter was installed on 27th of April. Yesterday, she got a light bill for $1,000,000.
I beg your pardon?
$779,928.40. I have the bill here.
You have the bill?
I have a copy of it.
Copy of the bill?
Yes.
The meter was installed when?
27th of April.
No, that was a mistake.
And it is from the 27th of April to the 15th of May, 2007.
27th of April to the 15th of May.
2007. 1,000,000.
So that's 27th to the 30th, 3 days, 18 days.
Yes. $1,779,928.40. Yes.
Let me tell you something. That one is funny. The person didn't say that they got in touch with the public service company.
I think she just sent it to me. I think she's falling off her seat with laughter, but she intends to go.
Look here, we're going to have to take a break.
Get maximum returns with the COK Wealth Maximizer long-term savings account. It pays excellent returns tax-free. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is 1:30.
Tasty, original taste, taste. Everybody come here. The original taste we love. Most famous, most favorite.
I proud of that. As a family, who want to talk to them there? So this free home phone to home phone calling thing that cable and wireless have on a Sunday is not for me. I don't care that all you have to do is top up your prepaid home phone with $200 or more Monday to Friday to get free calling on a Sunday. I don't have anybody to call. Tell her what a free phone call to waste. No, you know what, be my friend. Call me from my home phone.
Free Sunday.
Conditions apply.
Cable and wireless, listening to the people.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Jamaica Public Service Company.
Laugh at this.
Eh? It's a lovely... I tell you something. Anyway.
Good day, Mr. Perkins. I'm a faithful listener to your program because I think it's an intelligent program. However, I'm very disappointed with your response to some of your callers over the last month or so. For instance, last week a lady called you about the issue of Mr. Nicholson and his office blatantly neglecting his responsibility.
No, I didn't hear that last.
Last week, for instance, a lady had called you about the issue of Mr. Nicholson and his office blatantly neglecting his responsibility to provide adequate accommodation, security, and such alike for that judge that only wanted to do her job. While the lady was criticizing the minister, you were only interested in being lenient to the justice minister and his slackness. Talking about we should be fair to Mr. Nicholson. Why should... You are talking about we should be fair to Mr. Nicholson.
But of course we should be fair to him.
Why should that caller or any other Jamaican be fair to him or any member of this PNP administration at all? Have they been fair to the people of Jamaica for these 18 years? Also, you were trying to silence this man that called you to talk about the PNP man whose son was reportedly caught with the gangsters in St. James. You were also telling this man to be fair to the PNP council.
But of course.
Leave people alone when they criticize this corrupt, cynical administration.
Corrupt when they criticize it unfairly.
Because it only serves the nation good when we lash out at them.
I see.
Even for the least thing they do. Stop being soft, Mr. Perkins.
To be fair is to be soft. I see.
Mr. Perkins, back to the JPS problems. Dear Mr. Perkins, I have written and also made telephone calls to the manager and supervisor of the Jamaica Public Service, Sablamar, about a JPS service wire that is encroached on my property. I made it clear that the service wire is a threat to my family and my property, as it runs very close to my bedroom window across to the house next door. The hurricane season is now close, and I'm very worried because the wire is still there. Please help me. Yours truly.
But I think the Jamaica Public Service...
Very similar to what we read yesterday.
Yes, I think they should do something about this. Mark you, I believe that they have a right to run wires across people's property, you know. I think that the government gives them that right.
Mr. Perkins, dear Mr. Perkins, 2 people were murdered in a taxi yesterday. I read in the paper that it is believed that taxi operators were responsible for rapes in the area.
For what?
Rapes in the area.
Yes.
Especially those driving white Toyotas.
I wonder why they should make a difference.
Mr. Perkins, it seems Mr. Amos was right when he said, if you are suspected of committing a crime, your days are numbered. Even the passenger was murdered. I haven't heard the Minister of Justice say anything about this. Why is Mr. Amos still in office?
Well, I don't know. I hope you're not suggesting that Mr. Amos had anything directly to do with the killing of those persons.
No, I think she meant in response
what he said.
Of what he said. Yes, in respect of what he said. Yes.
Yes, good question.
Good day, Mr. Perkins. As of late, I've been wondering a lot if you're really trying to help the Jamaican people, especially the poor and less fortunate ones, to get this PNP administration out of power. I notice you have been reluctant to express your true anger and disgust with Mrs. Portia and her bunch of pirates, etc.
Her bunch of pirates?
Yes, and other things which I've just called, etc. Is there some kind of spy working for the PNP who is threatening you and your family on the grounds that you don't speak against them? Or are you some kind of clandestine psychopath working under the cover of this program for the PNP? I don't trust you, Mr. Perkins. I don't know if you are for Jamaica or for the PNP.
Oh, very interesting. Coming at me from both sides.
Mr. Perkins? Oh, I'm just finished.
Oh, poor me.
When you get into arguments with the politicians about misinformation about incidents, you should cite the case of Mr. Roy McGann, the politician who was shot and killed in Papine.
Yes.
Do you recall?
No, not in Papine.
In Papine. He has Papine here.
Yes, Gordon Town.
Oh. Do you recall the misreporting of this matter, Mr. Perkins? Mr. Manley, the Prime Minister at the time, got on the television and reported how Mr. McGann was shot by persons in front of him.
Yes.
Down the road.
Down the road? No, up
From
the road.
down the road.
Oh.
Implying that it was JLP supporters who had gathered there who were responsible. As it subsequently was shown, Mr. McGann was shot from behind, where the police and the PNP supporters had gathered. Hi, Mr. Perkins, greetings. As I pause and think of what the state of affairs is in our country, the high crime rate, high unemployment rate, high false prophecy rate, high poverty rate, high deceptions and lies rate,
high debt rate,
high misleading and misinformation rates by both pollsters, some politicians and some media houses et al. I wonder where as a country will we be in a year from now if we have no change in our thinking and how the country is currently being led. In my opinion, there's a need for the media houses who may be benefiting from providing misleading information to the public to stop it now and to be more investigative and objective in how information is disseminated. Too much trivialities. We need to get serious about where we want this country to be for us and the next generation. I'm getting a bit fed up with the current moody operandi in our country. Hence,
Present what?
M-O-D-I.
Oh. Moody operandi. Yes.
In our country. Since I no longer listen to the morning talk shows for some time now, apart from your show, I'm not being biased. There's little else of any substance to listen to. The cries for a change, for the betterment of the country. Thanks for reading this email. Best wishes. Hi, Mr. P. Kiss me today and curse me tomorrow. Was that the hallmark trait of a Jezebel? Even Judas was remorseful after that faithful kiss. More anon. Hi, Mutty. All those persons who are trying to convince the Jamaican people that no better no day are not only brain dead but worst, very dishonest. Those persons are disgusted with the PNP after being in office for so long and have brought the country to this sorry state. History will show that every time Jamaica is in a mess, it is the PNP which is occupying power. Back in the 1970s, when this country was in the dumps, it was the PNP which was in power. And at the same time of sentiment, and the same time, I think he means kind, of sentiment was being echoed, that no better no day. This was proven wrong by the JLP when it came to office in 1980 and totally transformed that position and set Jamaica on a development and growth path once again. The same situation is upon us once more, where after 18 years of PNP rule, the country's economy has been brought to its knees, and based on the JLP performance of the past, I have no doubt that they can turn things around. So let the Jamaican people understand that this argument about no better no day in relation to both parties is hogwash. Both political parties are quite different. The PNP is not about building a country through the development of industries and fostering wealth. They are about partisan distribution and propaganda. The PNP took hold of this country when it was doing well in 1989, after the JLP did a very good job at repairing the damage done in the 1970s. The JLP is the party that has given Jamaica hope and has delivered it from the wreckage of PNP management.
Well, if that is so, Jamaica didn't seem to want that hope. But, it would be difficult to... Okay, we're taking a break, eh?
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is 1:45.
Oliver.
Paul, me can't stop and talk to you now. Me I go Wendy's go eat some of them brand new double melt burgers.
New double melt burgers?
Yes, man, the bacon Swiss double melt. Make with half pound of beef, bacon Swiss cheese, and a creamy peppercorn sauce. And the steakhouse double melt. Make the same but with sauteed onions and mushrooms.
But are they good?
Good. Them succulent and delicious. Me only problem is we don't know which one to eat first.
The Steakhouse and Bacon Swiss double melt burgers at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
Lord, them succulent.
Deposit Insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. We're back here.
Mr. Perkins,
go ahead.
I heard on radio this morning a report of the most honorable Prime Minister speaking in St. Mary and telling her comrades that she's for peace.
She's what?
She is for peace and wants a peaceful election, etc. However, in the same report, the same honorable Prime Minister was telling the same comrades that there are people who don't want to see her as Prime Minister, as she comes from the masses and she looks like them, just like former Honourable Prime Minister Patterson did earlier. What is the Honourable Prime Minister trying to do, Mr. Perkins? Foment insurrection and class war in the country? Is she telling the comrades who she springs from to develop hatred for those who don't want to see her in Jamaica House? And that is in a quote. And vote for her and the PNP on that basis? I thought we were done with the old-time politics. Or are we only done with it when it comes to things that relate to the JLP? I think the Prime Minister is treading on dangerous grounds that could come back to haunt her. Does the fifth term and her own band-aid mean so much that she would do anything and stir up hatred and envy between the classes? Shame.
I don't know. Maybe you're overdoing it a bit. But the thing is this, that if the Prime Minister had anything important to say to the people, then perhaps she wouldn't have said that. You through?
Mr. Perkins, I agree with the gentleman who spoke to you this morning when he said that the Prime Minister was not an educated person. When I look upon her speaking on the television, I realize that the woman has been blessed with the greatest gift that God can bestow on anyone. The blessings of an empty mind.
A what?
Empty mind.
Oh. Why are they attacking the Prime Minister in this way? I don't know that is fair. I don't know that she has an empty mind.
Mr. Perkins, forgive my ignorance, but what was the dramatic occurrence over the last 1 or 2 weeks that caused nearly 60% of those polled who thought the country was going in the wrong direction to now think it is going in the right direction?
Are they thinking it's going in the right direction?
And then in the wrong direction again. It's obviously quoting from different
polls at different times, yes.
And now that it has been determined that the policeman shot on Payne Avenue, I think, was shot by friendly fire, what about the original police report that he was shot by gunmen?
Yes, well, he was shot. Well, the police would answer that by saying that he was shot in what they say was a gunfight, and that the assumption would be, the premise would be that that he was shot by hostile fire, and that they subsequently learned that that was not so, and that he was shot from behind by friendly fire. I suppose that is what they would say, but you know, and it may well be that they were mistaken. I don't know.
Mr. Perkins, what is wrong with Mr. Buchanan? What is the matter with Comrade Buchanan? He's sounding more and more hysterical. After the Satan comment, we now have him accusing the JLP of gun running. See today's Observer somewhere below. Why can't he just shut up and start talking to the poor people of St. Elizabeth about the many pressing and painful issues affecting them? But then he has ignored those issues all these years, so one cannot expect too much.
Yes, well, it is very easy to say things like that and to give them circulation within at the grassroots level. And if people believe that your opponents are involved in gun running or involved in relationships with drug traffickers, gangs involved in trafficking drugs, are, as one journalist wrote in his column in the Observer recently, then, or at any rate, that they are seeking to effect some kind of an arrangement with your opponents. All of that is, all of that will get you votes, or at any rate lose them votes. So it becomes part of
strategy, you think?
Well, dishonest strategy, yes, possibly.
Mr. Perkins, I heard a man speaking to you about 2:12 p.m. yesterday, Thursday, May 24th. And the voice sounded so much to me like the voice of a member of parliament who had called the Breakfast Club on the morning of the 2002 general elections to report that his PNP supporters had been attacked by JLP gunmen and that he was standing over either 2 or 3 dead bodies at the time.
Oh, yes,
To this day, he has not produced one body. Listening to him, I could hear the Hollywood plot being formulated. That ex-MP, Colin Campbell, is not to be taken seriously, especially with so many unanswered questions swirling around him.
Well, the fact that there are unanswered questions doesn't necessarily mean that that is the only thing that you can talk to Mr. Campbell about. If
there's
he
another
comes up-
mail which suggested, Mr. Perkins, I'm very disappointed with you. I thought you would have taken the opportunity yesterday when you had Mr. Colin Campbell on the line to ask him why is he still sitting in the Senate if he has no shame. And another thing, why can't he provide proof that the Trafigura funds were a donation? Where is this famous voucher which he spoke about at the time? How can he prove to you, Mr. Perkins, and to us, the Jamaican public, that the money was actually repaid by the PNP to Trafigura? I'm disappointed in you, Mr. Perkins. You should have asked him these questions on behalf of the Jamaican people.
I don't agree with you. Mr. Campbell came here to talk about something quite different. And I think that he deserved a hearing. I don't think that one can make a rule that the only issue that Mr. Campbell can be allowed to talk about in public is Trafigura. That doesn't make sense. Okay. Hello? Hello?
Registered by 1998, and I write straight to the head office in Kingston, and they write me back and tell me that.
Are you talking on air? Hello?
Hello?
You're on air?
Yes, sir.
I see. What is the problem now?
I have a daughter. She's 11 years of age now.
Uh-huh.
She never registered.
She wasn't registered?
No.
Uh-huh.
So I write to them at head office.
Mm-hmm.
They wrote that for a late entry. They wrote me back and tell me how much money to send, and to send them a number. I wrote them back and tell them that I didn't have a number because the child didn't register.
Uh-huh.
So they send back and tell me that I should send $290 more. Come, I send it to them. After I send it to them, they send back and tell me that they can't find an entry number.
Uh-huh.
So I should go to the office in Finance Bay. I go to them and I explain everything. They gave me a form to fill up.
Uh-huh.
I fill it up and bring it back. After bringing back the form, they tell me about they stopped taking the form 2 weeks ago. I wrote back to them in Spanish Town. They wrote me back and said I should go back to head office to do a search. I pay $100 for the search. They called me back and tell me that they didn't find an entry number, so I have to come and do a farm search, which is the cost $2,400. I did that search from the 4th of April last year, and until now I can't get any answer. I went up by Spanish Town. The lady who spoke to me tell me that sometimes when I told her that the child did not register, they say sometimes the parents are telling lie because the child registered in different man name. And now we want to get out the pitney out of that man name with they tell lie. I wrote to Miss Patricia in person, and the second of this month,
that is an interesting issue. Story there that you tell. Why should they not treat people with respect? Why should they be telling you something like that?
I don't know.
When they have no evidence of it?
I don't know. I photocopy every letter they send to me, and I send it to Patricia. Somebody from there called me back on the 11th of this month telling me that the search is complete and a number did not found, so I was supposed to take the receipt to the Finance Bay office. When I went down there and explained everything, the lady who spoke to me told me that I'm telling a lie because it is not updated on the system.
They have no respect for you people, you know. That is your problem.
And GSAT is coming out next month, and the child did GSAT.
Yes. They have no respect for you. Right? Or they would treat you differently. And then perhaps you would have gotten your birth certificate by now. Or your registration.
Until now, I don't know what more to do.
Oh boy. It's very, very, very difficult. I don't know what Anyway, I tell you what, I'm going to ask you to leave a number with somebody here, you see.
To do what?
To leave your telephone number and your name.
Okay.
And the name of the child.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And we'll try and get in touch with them and see what can be done.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we break now? Okay, we'll try and squeeze in one. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Yeah, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good day, Mr. Perkins.
Good day to you.
I would love to just lick on a few points, talk about a few things. First, let me touch on the poll. Watching politics in America, when I see the poll in America and see that 60 or 70% of the population is moving away from the administration, I see a change in the government structure there, like in Congress the other day and in the Senate. So that would send a message here in Jamaica. 37% of the people are supporting the People's National Party, and you have 63% that is not, like in the direction of the country.
63% that is not supporting the People's National Party?
63% is 37% is supporting the People's National Party. Isn't that the poll?
I can't remember the figure actually.
Well, it's 30-something%. Say it's 30. I'm not exact or what.
Yes.
Yeah? So you would have at least 60%. Don't like the direction.
Well, I'll tell you what. Hold on for a moment for me.
Okay.
We're going to take it's a longish break, but you can hold on. Okay.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products. Good Jamaica, great value. The time by Astrosan products is
2:01. Today's weather brief is brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Porus. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. Now for today's weather brief. There's a low to mid-level trough just east of the island. This afternoon will be mostly cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. In our 3-day outlook on Saturday, expect showers and thunderstorms. Sunday and Monday will be partly cloudy with isolated showers and thunderstorms in the afternoon. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica. Today's weather brief was brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world. As part of ongoing efforts to improve service to their customers, the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, will need to suspend electricity supply in order to carry out maintenance work on Tuesday, May 29, between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. in the following areas of St. James, Stonehenge, Johnson Common, Ginger Hill, Claremont, and Huntley Castle. JPS apologizes for the inconvenience caused by this outage. Every effort will be made to restore supply as soon as possible. For customer service information, please call 1-888-CALL-JPS. That is 1-888-225-5577.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The Double Zinger is back.
Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy Double Zinger is back and now available in Spicy Barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The Spicy Barbecue Double Zinger.
The Double Zinger sandwich. I got take some heating.
KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Business Online is brought to you by the Manchester Cooperative Credit Union Limited, a steady partner in a changing world.
Good afternoon. I'm Orville Johnson from Today's Money Limited. Welcome to Business Online.
Scotiabank Jamaica reported flat profits for the 3-month period ended 30th April 2007. For the period under review, Scotiabank recorded profits of $1.78 billion compared to net profits of $1.76 billion for the corresponding period in 2006. Although the period under the review saw gross income growing by 8%, there was a 15% jump in expenses which significantly eroded the impact of the revenue growth. Cable and Wireless International, the parent company of Cable and Wireless Jamaica, announced that it passed the 5 million milestone in mobile customers for the first time at the end of its financial year ended 24th March 2007. During the period under review, the company experienced a 44% increase in its mobile customers. According to a release, Cable and Wireless is the leader in 20 of its 24 mobile markets in which it operates. The mobile business has been strong in Jamaica, growing by 47%. Operating profits for Cable and Wireless International grew by 6% to record £277 million. The Jamaica dollar gained 1 cent today against its U.S. counterpart amid moderate broker demand. The dollar closed the week at an average of $68.18 Jamaican for each U.S. dollar in the Cambio market. There was no central bank intervention. The money market was liquid today with the 30-day dealer rate trading within the band of 11.70 and 11.75%, while in the overnight market the rates ranged between 4 and 6%. The stock market traded healthy volumes for the second consecutive day. Of the 27 stocks which traded, 16 advanced, 6 declined, and 5 traded firm. The total volume traded was 6.5 million units. Cable and Wireless was the volume leader, trading 3.8 million units, followed by Jamaica Brawlers and Jamaica Producers Group. The day's winners were Hardware and Lumber, jumping by 14.4% to close at $16.60. Cable and Wireless climbed by 12.50% to close at 90 cents, while Jamaica Producers grew by 11.1% to close at $30. The day's main decliners were Supreme Ventures, falling by 4.7% to close at $2. The Gleaner Company dipped by 2.5% to close at $1.56, while Pan Jamaica Investments slipped 2.4% to close at $40. The JC Index ended the week up by 432.82 points, closing at 89,898.46 points. Our advisor comes today from the Manchester Cooperative Credit Union Limited. Don't make it hard for yourself. Why risk carrying around your cash in a lump sum when all you need is an easy access ATM debit card? Do all your transactions with this card wherever you see the multi-link sign and enjoy the ease and convenience it brings. Apply for your easy access ATM card today and make your life easier and safer. For further information, contact the Manchester Cooperative Credit Union at any one of the 3 branches located in Mandeville, Christiana and Poros. And that's all the time we have for Business Online today. If you need advice, you can call us at 978-6262 or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6. Or you may email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com. Or visit our website for further business news at www.todaysmoneylimited.com. Join me again on Monday for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Orville Johnson, wishing you a great weekend.
Perkins Online was brought to you by the Manchester Cooperative Credit Union Limited, a steady partner in a changing world.
The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union Limited invites you to take advantage of its wide range of products and services available. Save in a share account and access loans for provident and productive purposes. Get peace of mind from the insurance products on offer and buy or sell foreign currency through its Cambio service. For further information, visit any one of its 3 branches located in Mandeville, Christiana, and Porus. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello?
Yes?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
Yeah, we were talking about the polls and stuff.
Uh-huh.
And when we see majority of the people are not liking the direction of the country, then we know there definitely going to be a change in government.
Well,
proven in Britain,
the polls
it has been proven in America and all the other rest of countries.
Well, yes, but America is not Jamaica.
No, but you see what
the poll is telling us is that on the one hand, the majority of people think that the country is going in the other direction. But on the other hand, a substantial number think that the government is doing a good job.
Only 30%, 30-something percent. That's not even half of the people that are being polled. But you see, the media is not focusing on the issues. The issue is, are the majority of the country, the larger part of the population, in favor of what the government is doing?
Well,
no, and that is the issue.
I don't know, sir. But I tell you,
that's supposed to be the issue.
May I point out something to you?
Yeah.
Polls are not
I
scientific.
don't care about the polls either.
Right? Polls are not scientific. The polls can tell you anything.
I don't care about it anyway.
Right? And you can't prove him wrong.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay.
No, but what I could prove that he is saying, that I don't know if it is true or lie, that 60% of the population is not with what the government is doing. And the people of Jamaica are not stupid. If you are not...
Yes, but yes. But Bill Johnson, I heard saying...
Bill Johnson is a comic.
Maybe so, but I heard him saying that while people think that large numbers of people think that the country is going in the wrong direction, that many of them do not blame that upon the government.
Oh, it's a symptom. It's a symptom as if somebody is a lady and have her husband, and her husband is beating her all the time. Oh, I love him, but I'm just not gonna leave him.
Well,
that's a symptom. That is a symptom here in Jamaica.
I don't know whether that is it, but what they're saying is that it's not the fault of the government.
If you don't love something, would you?
It's not the fault of the government that things are going in the wrong direction.
Mr. Harris Daly, or what his name said yesterday, we're gonna do this hospital thing on a weekly basis.
Yes.
Are we doing it up until the point where election is called and it's over? Then we say we cannot support it.
He said it would be done on a weekly basis.
On a weekly basis, we're gonna be monitoring it on a weekly basis.
Is that so?
On the TV, national TV, we're gonna be monitoring it on a weekly basis.
Yes.
Yeah, so are we going to be doing it until election come and over?
I don't know, sir. Maybe
Okay,
that's a possibility.
question
I
for
don't
Jamaica
know.
people to ask, yeah?
Uh-huh.
And, there's a thing that one time I was talking to you about, about this thing about Jamaica getting some payment from the British and all these people. I'm not in favor, but I just don't like the argument that you use to say that we get this beautiful land and we should sign a check to the British. I don't like that argument because I said to you one time, if you have a beautiful daughter and she got raped by someone and the son inherit a beautiful house and she always wanted a son, would she then should write a check to the rapist for that beautiful son?
No, I wouldn't expect that.
So why should we be
But
grateful
I really don't know how that corresponds to what,
Yeah, because
what I said.
we have been
Hold on just a moment for me.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is 2:15. As part of ongoing efforts to improve service to their customers, the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, will need to suspend electricity supply in order to carry out maintenance work on Sunday, May 27, between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. in the following areas of St. Elizabeth: Newton, Barton, Magotty Pass, Horton, Lacovia, Holland Village, Middlesex, Holland, Bailey Ground, Whitehall, Newmarket, Springfield, Maybole, Luana, Black River, Crawford, Dallintober, and all roads leading off. JPS apologizes for the inconvenience caused by this outage. Every effort will be made to restore supply as soon as possible. For customer service information, please call 1-888-CALL-JPS. That is 1-888-225-5577.
I got that feeling and it's so easy to tell.
From day one, Digicel give me real value. $8 Digicel to Digicel rate.
3 Digicel points to buy a new phone when I add credit.
Or when I pay my bill.
Digicel is the first company to give free credit. $100 every month.
Signal, them have the whole island covered.
And with the best customer service 24/7, they make me feel like I am number one.
I'm number one.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, for 400 and odd years, Mr. Perkins, we have been deprived of developing thinking for ourselves. Our labor has been used to develop Europe and America. What should we...
It wasn't used to develop Jamaica.
Huh?
It wasn't used to develop Jamaica.
Our labor?
Uh-huh.
It wasn't used to develop Jamaica. For
Oh,
us.
is that so?
No. If you were to look in Jamaica here, Mr. Perkins,
Uh-huh.
to be real honest, the wealth of Jamaica is not controlled by the Jamaican people.
Oh, is that so?
You know that.
Uh-huh.
The wealth, the real wealth
Who is it
of
controlled by?
Jamaica is not controlled by the Jamaican
Who is it
people.
controlled by?
It is controlled by come on now, I'm not in the white and black thing. If you look at the tourism in Jamaica and the real wealth, it is controlled by the people, the ancestors of those people that used to enslave us.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, man.
Don't talk rubbish.
No, it's
That's
not
not true.
rubbish. It is not rubbish.
Uh-huh.
Don't look at it like this, Mr. Perkins, because many of us are even descendants of slave babies, where the white man have been raped, and those people get a little bit more preferential treatment that the one them that really work out there. George William Garden that owned how many acres in Cherry Garden wasn't just a slave working out there, was a descent.
Let me ask you something, sir. Mr. John Issa is one of the leading tourism
Where is his ancestors come from, Mr. Perkins?
Where did they come from, sir?
You tell me.
You tell me.
You defending him. Tell me where his ancestor came from.
I'm not defending him.
You mentioned him. Where his ancestor came from?
The Middle East.
The Middle East.
Yes.
Oh, no, I'm talking about Africans. I'm not talking about Mr. John Issa. I'm talking about Africa. You name me.
Yes, but no. But hold on a little bit. You're saying that that the hotel industry in Jamaica is controlled by the descendants of the slave owners. Now, as far as I know, Mr. Issa's slave owner, Mr. Issa's ancestors were not slave owners here in Jamaica.
And you know that for a fact.
Well, I know that the Issas are from.
Didn't have nothing at all. Didn't invest in no business that owned slaves. You know that for a fact.
Well, I have no reason to believe that it is so.
You have no reason to believe. You must start what you need to do.
No, you can't jump to conclusions. No, hold on, sir.
People that been
hold on a little bit. Could I just teach you a little bit of logic? You cannot assume something to be true because you have no evidence that it is false.
If you place somebody in prison for 30 years and you have me out here working and doing all sorts of things, can you expect that person in 5 years, coming out of prison without me giving him a job or something, to come and be beneficial to just like me?
Look here, let me tell you something, you see. You and I have been beneficiaries of slavery.
Me not benefit nothing from
slavery. Oh, yes, you have. Right?
I don't benefit nothing from slavery.
Well, if you don't want to admit it, that's your business.
I don't benefit nothing from slavery.
But
slavery has caused my people them to be greedy, like crabs against each other. All these, you try and remember, America.
Hold on a little bit. Hold on a little bit.
It's not just yesterday.
Could I ask you a question? Could I ask you a question? How do you come to be speaking the language that you now speak?
Yeah.
So
what's so beautiful about talking the English language?
Oh, the English language is a very
What if we were in Africa and create?
No,
what about
I tell you something.
Japanese?
No, it is the most spoken language in the world.
How the Japanese have the second largest economic
Hold on,
in
sir.
the world speaking Japanese?
Hold on. English is the most English is the most popular language in the world. Right? Yes. And there are benefits that accrue from that.
These simple things, Mr. Perkins. We have been deprived to develop over 400 years. How then you think we would have come up with, just after all of this, when Mr. Carver, the person that make soybean, one of the greatest products here on earth, get the ability to think. He has created what they call it, plastic out of it, peanut butter, oil. We have created the stoplight, the elevator. All these people have the ability to think after slavery and start developing things. What are you talking about?
How you mean, what am I talking about? How you mean, what am I talking about? We have been offered opportunity as a result of what our ancestors went through. No, I'm not telling you that it was a good thing for them to go through. But I'm saying that we have benefited from what they went through.
Nothing. Talk about the disadvantage that we have been through.
If we're going to pay reparations, if we're going to demand reparations for slavery, then you and I should get out our checkbooks and be prepared to make our contribution.
If you have a kid that is psychologically damaged,
yes, all right,
bring him to the shrink and get him help.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. How are you today?
Not too bad. How are you?
I want you to know I'm praying for you for the power to continue this program with all this sabotage you're doing on.
I'm not here. Your voice is breaking up.
Oh, I'm saying I'm praying for you so you get all the power in you to continue this program and health and strength.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
because all the sabotaging going on, trying to cut the callers off the line. But I was just briefly, I was listening to your caller, your previous caller, and I was listening to him, and one of the things that we got to bear in mind that even though the people will say the government not doing good, as you said, it's not necessary. Well, the country not doing good, but the average Jamaican will say the country not doing good, but they don't blame it on the government.
Well, I tell you something, sir. I'm not saying that is so. The polls are telling you that is so.
Yeah. But
right?
Mr. Perkins, you know
Or
that this
at least one poll.
Yes.
Yes. But I'm not endorsing that by any means.
Well, I kind of did my own little homework, and I don't see this government winning back unless it was not a fair election.
Oh?
But then when I go back and check something out, there's the average Jamaican who are saying that the country not doing good, but the government got the country in a mess. When they now that's a joke. When I heard things like that, like a lot of people, and when I look today and all the mess, how can a police officer gun down his own squaddy?
Well, that could have happened by mistake.
Well, the people said he will fully shoot him. It was taking the gun and pointing at him to kill him. So
yes.
I hope that the government is really, or the authorities are really looking into that to send this guy to where he needs to go.
Well, I don't know.
With a prison for the rest of his life.
I don't know, but
yeah. But Mr. Perkins, you think today, within your own, you know a lot, and I know you're a very intelligent guy.
Well, I don't know.
And with your program on the air, you think this government have a chance to get back in power? Or I heard that the Prime Minister looking for a presidentship.
A presidency?
Yeah.
I don't know,
That's
sir.
what I heard here in the U.S.
I don't know. I should not have expected them to win even the third term, right? They won it.
I don't expect that.
I didn't expect them to win the fourth. They won it, right?
Yeah.
So what am I to say now?
But Mr. Perkins, when you focus back on things that is happening right now, like that treating the senior citizens with free medical that Mr. Bruce Bolden spoke about, and they decided they were going to do it.
No. They're not treating the senior citizens like that.
Okay.
They to benefit from this program that they're supposed to be putting in, you have to be under 18 years old.
Oh, you got to be. So what about the senior citizens?
So hold on. If you were 18 years old yesterday, and you get ill today, you will not be treated under that program.
Oh, so you wouldn't be under that program. So, Mr. Perkins,
no other program. You'd either have the money to pay for the treatment, or you would suffer the consequences.
But Mr. Perkins, let me ask you one thing. Isn't the slogan of the People's National Party, we put people first?
That was the slogan in the 1970s.
Oh,
I don't know whether it still is.
Turn the country in a socialist country? When the average person believe if their neighbor have 2 cows, they're going to get one?
Yes,
the slogan of the whole thing with Cuba and Russia and the socialism.
Yes.
Oh, I see. So it's no more that we put people first.
Well, I don't know. I haven't heard that recently. But what we are now hearing is that Sister P loves the poor.
Oh, she loves the poor?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Perkins, for an intelligent guy like you, I got to be careful what I say to you because I don't want to embarrass myself. But for the Prime Minister to say something like that, I think that's a little dumb. Because what is she doing for the poor?
Well, that is the question.
Maybe for the poor people in her constituency?
Well, no, I don't think that too much has been done for those.
Well, I briefly, her constituency is Payne Avenue, right?
Payne Avenue is in her constituency.
Secondary, then he came high school. And the people up there wasn't too happy with her the last time I was in Jamaica.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, there is a lot of people who think that since she become Prime Minister, she forsake them.
Oh?
People that I know that are die-hearted painty.
Uh-huh.
One guy looked at me and said, I know you're not with us, but I'm going to tell you something. And the Prime Minister haven't done much for us. I guess I don't know if they're looking for free money.
Uh-huh.
But that's what one of the main guy that run around and actually terrorize people in election.
Uh-huh.
And that's what he told me. We went to school together.
Oh.
And I really went to visit him to give him a couple of dollars.
Uh-huh.
And a couple of shirts. And that's what he told me.
Oh.
And I said, I have nothing to say because, it's your government. But I really believe, though, that the country need a change. And to give it back to the GLP is the only way out. And if to leave the PNP in government, it's the worst and the wickedest thing could ever happen to poor little Jamaica.
Well, that's one opinion, sir. I'm sure that there are others. Right?
But Mr. Perkins, you know for a reality what we're saying here is not we're trying to be on any side of the fence.
Uh-huh.
But the reality of Jamaica.
Well, I would tend to agree with you.
And
anyway, I have to go now. We're out of time, eh?
I kind of...
Sorry about that. Okay, that brings us to the end of Perkins Online for today. We'll be back hopefully on Monday, usual time, usual place. We look forward to your company then. In the meantime, have a good weekend, no? If it's possible.
You've been listening to Perkins Online on Power 106. Join us again on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for yet another edition of Perkins Online.